Personal log, Envoy Bannock. Stardate 48987.7. My assignment on Denivia is at last complete. I suppose it went well enough, but then again, not much can go wrong when all you're asked to do is attend formal dinners and smile graciously. Still, the Denivian Treaty will be a great help to the Federation's interest in the Gamma Quadrant. I've been recalled to Deep Space Nine to assist Ambassador Karrig with a top priority assignment.
Approaching wormhole. Dropping out of warp.
Computer, continue 1/4 impulse. Karrig didn't give much background, but he did ask for me personally. Strange. I always got the feeling he didn't think much of my abilities. Who knows, maybe this will be the assignment that changes his mind about me. I just hope I can impress the great Karrig with my...
Computer, shields up! Evasive maneuvers! Damage report.
Disruptor hits. Reports nacelle damage.
Identify attacker.
Craft does not conform to any known configuration.
Cut impulse. Heading change 180 Mark 0. Full reverse impulse. Now! Computer, reverse angle on viewer. Where the hell is that wormhole?
The wormhole is approximately...
I see it. We're going to... Damn!
Vertical stabilizers offline. Inertial dampers critical. Navigational shield failure imminent.
Reroute all available power to shields. Now what?
We have entered an active plasma storm.
Will shields hold?
Course change recommended.
Computer, I need impulse control.
Control circuit non-operational. Unable to comply with request.
Great.
Unidentified craft. Course headed for a collision.
Deep Space Nine, this is Envoy Bannock. I have an emergency situation here.
Can you hear me? Craft.
I've got the ship's transmitter. If you are an Envoy Bannock ship.
Looks like it's beating from the plasma storm.
Envoy Bannock, can you read?
Yes, Deep Space Nine. I can read you.
Comms are out. Stable. He's completely out of control. And he's got a fractured plasma conduit. When any second.
Computer, create a containment field for the damaged plasma conduit.
Unable to comply with request.
Get a lock on the beam out there. Now.
Trying. The plasma storm is not the storm. The core plasma coil is loose.
Computer, vent plasma.
Doesn't he vent the plasma?
I'm trying.
Unable to comply with request. He's heading right to their docking. Quick, reverse tractor beam. Slow down the approach and stabilize the ship. The controlled crash. I'm on it.
Computer, cut power to the engines.
Completely cut power. Unable to...
You know, I'm getting very tired of hearing that.
Warlord, you can read. We're headed to the outer docking. We're going to try and bring you in safely.
Initiating graviton emitter.
Let's hope the hull can take it.
Hull integrity at... Got him. Docking. 15 seconds. Slowing. 100% maximum docking speed. 12 seconds. 180. 170. It'll be a rough docking. 140.
Too fast. 140's too fast.
7 seconds.
Recommendations?
4.
Computer?
3.
Computer!
2. Brace for impact.
sorted out, sir. We're gonna have to phaser it.
Then what are you waiting for?
Right away, sir.
Faster would be better, Ensign.
I can't, sir. We don't want to...
That's enough.
But, sir...
Stand aside, Carlton. I'm going through. You're alive. Good. Odo to Cisco.
Go ahead.
I'm on board the Orinoco, Captain. The automatic safety systems have failed.
Envoy Bannock?
Appears uninjured. I'm initiating emergency shutdown procedures.
Hurry, Constable. You've got 8 minutes before the IPS overloads. I don't want any more fireworks today.
Neither do I, Captain. Odo out. Envoy, if you're able to stand, I could use your help. The damage from the storm must have fractured a plasma conduit. We've got to shut down the main power relay before it overloads and floods this compartment with radiation.
The damage to the ship? It wasn't the plasma storm.
Not the plasma storm? Then... whatever caused it, we've got to shut these systems down now.
How can I help you?
I think I can realign the plasma coil from here if you can repair the damage to the main propulsion grid.
How should I access the grid?
To your left, you'll see a panel marked Main Propulsion. There should be an alert flashing. You'll need to get inside the panel to vent off the plasma and replace the damaged chips.
Okay, I'll find it.
Warning. Uncontained plasma in conduit B. Plasma conduit sealed. Inertial dampeners operational. Monitoring systems offline. Monitoring systems back online. Plasma injectors offline. Plasma injectors back online. Reactant injectors offline. Reactant injectors back online. Automatic safety systems back online. Shutdown completed.
I did it! Shutdown completed!
Odo to Cisco. It seems your envoy knows his engineering systems. The Orinoco is out of danger.
Well done. I'll have the envoy beamed directly to ops. Envoy Bannock, welcome to Deep Space Nine. I'm Captain Benjamin Sisko, commander of the station. May I introduce my second-in-command, Major Kira Nerys, and my science officer, Lieutenant Jadzia Dax.
Envoy Bannock. We almost lost you, Envoy. What exactly happened to you in the Orinoco?
Some ships attacked me on the far side of the wormhole.
Attacked you?
Major, go to yellow alert. Shields up, activate station defenses.
At once, Captain.
Envoy Bannock, could you identify the craft that attacked you?
Yes, as I came in, I noticed that they, or others of their type, are circling the station.
With your permission, Captain, I'd like to have Odo verify the attack.
Good idea, Major. Cisco to Odo. Constable, you have the situation under control?
Yes, Captain. It won't fly anytime soon, but...
Are the ship logs intact? Lieutenant Dax would like to see them.
Yes, Captain. Did Envoy Bannock inform you his ship was attacked?
Yes, Constable. Can you confirm that?
Phased disruptors, Captain, intelligently aimed. The anti-proton residue is unmistakable. I'm sending what's left of the ship's records to you now.
Thank you, Constable. Cisco out. Envoy, this attack has serious implications. These craft arrived with the aliens you and Ambassador Karrig must negotiate with. Before we alert the Ambassador, we must be absolutely certain that these drone craft attacked the Orinoco. Please step over to join Lieutenant Dax.
Which aliens are these, Captain?
Pardon me, Envoy. Of course you haven't been briefed. The aliens call themselves the Scythians. It's a first contact situation. Ambassador Karrig can tell you more about them.
Captain, is Ambassador Karrig here on the station?
Yes, he's in his quarters, anxiously anticipating your arrival. I believe he needs assistance with the aliens.
Now I'll join Dax. Thanks, Captain. Lieutenant, you have something to show me?
Yes, Envoy. This is the playback of the station log.
Those smaller ships look almost exactly like the ones that fired on me.
Captain, the Envoy believes he was attacked by the Scythian drones. We'll verify that from his ship logs. This is the log we retrieved from your ship's computer. Parts of the records are damaged.
Evasive maneuvers. Damage report.
Sabotage.
Cut impulse. Heading 1-0. Full reverse impulse.
There! I'm beginning an analysis.
Let's get some answers, Lieutenant.
I don't understand. The drones here have been completely docile. They had every opportunity to strike during the evacuation.
Evacuation?
The plasma storm we had to clear. The match is positive, Captain. This drone is configured exactly the same as those now surrounding Deep Space Nine.
What caused it to attack, Lieutenant?
The Orinoco probably violated their alert zone. Their response? They attacked.
Major, contact Ambassador Karrig. We must have a serious talk with our Scythian friends. Lieutenant, analyze the drone behavior further. Why are they here?
Impossible to tell. The plasma storm...
Captain Karrig is in his room, but he doesn't respond.
Envoy, if you could go to the habitat ring and rouse the ambassador.
Captain, elevated neutrino levels. Something's coming through the wormhole.
Envoy, belay that request. Lieutenant?
It's a drone. Unmanned. Different. Sending out a signal.
Captain, the drones are responding. It's an attack formation.
Red alert. Phasers lock on. Dax, get me the Scythian ship.
Hailing. Captain, the Scythian leader.
Sir, our sensors indicate that your drones are taking up attack positions. What is the meaning of this?
Attack?
We will be forced to destroy the drones.
Captain, we can't lock on. The plasma storm.
Defend. Destroy!
You want us to destroy?
Hit a #1 shield.
Damn this storm. We're going to manual targeting.
Everybody take a station.
Bannock, you'll control Bank 5. Stand by.
But Envoy Bannock is a diplomat.
With a weapons proficiency rating of 8.
Major, release Bank 5 to Bannock.
The bank is on manual targeting, Bannock. Releasing phasers to your control. Now! Captain, near reactor 4.
I have them, Major.
Damage on deck 5.
They've moved out of my sector.
I can't get a visual.
Dax, the plasma.
Compensating for visual interference.
Captain, the drones are regrouping. Confinement shields up. We're taking hits, Cap.
Activating Cateran force fields. Bannock, target's moving into your sector.
Warning. Hull breach on level 3.
Under the habitat ring, bearing 111 Mark 4.
Only a few left.
Good work, Envoy. That's it. Stand down from battle.
One moment, Envoy. Captain, we have a ruptured bulkhead on deck 5.
Outer or inner bulkhead?
Outer. Structural damage 2.
I'll take this one, Major.
Certainly, Captain. Routing engineering control to you now.
Tell me, Envoy, Your impressions of our enemy.
They were boring in from every side. No evasive tactics, no pattern attacks, no enfilade.
No self-preservation instinct.
Just attack, and to hell with surviving it.
They seem determined to destroy themselves, all right. But I thought their attack was confused.
Did their actions seem confused to you, Envoy?
Yes, the plasma storm must have muddled their sensors.
They track targets visually, I'm sure of that. And plasma impedes visual targeting.
But I saw drones out in the open that did not shoot.
Major, do you mean they deliberately held their fire?
When we were fighting the Cardassians, sometimes we would attack an outpost, just to test its defenses, to plan our real attack.
I'll research it, analyze the patterns of attack. I think we may be onto something.
Good. In the meantime, the turbolifts, I'm not showing damage, but they're down all over the station. Could you?
Right away. Excuse me, Envoy.
Envoy, we seem to be out of danger for the moment.
Is the station badly damaged?
Apparently no. No casualties. Some circuits out, overloaded. A few hull breaches, nothing serious. We had containment fields up already because of the storm. It's a tough old Cardassian fortress, Envoy. We're out of danger, but we're still in trouble. We're cut off completely from help on Bajor, or reinforcements from Starfleet. And we're severely short-handed.
You can't even contact the planet of Bajor?
No. The plasma storm makes the 5-hour crossing a foolish risk. And subspace communications are out of the question. Plasma disruptions like this one have been known to rip ships and stations in two. Even tough old Cardassian ones.
When will the plasma storm end? Do you know?
Good question. Lieutenant, report please on the plasma storm. Present intensity, estimated duration.
Intensity up 20% overall. Duration anywhere from another 12 to 46 hours.
Short-handed? Why, Captain?
The station's been evacuated, Envoy, because of the storm.
Were you able to evacuate the station completely? Before the storm rose, I mean.
Yes, or almost. Transports took about 500 people to Bajor for safety. Almost all the station personnel. But one transport didn't make it out. Isn't that right, Major?
An old Subite freighter. First they were hung up on a docking clamp, then stabilizer problems. They were lucky to make it back to the station.
The passengers are now in a designated safe zone. Level 7, Section 5.
Otherwise known as Quark's Bar. A Ferengi establishment.
Yes. Less than 24 people on board, and still he insists on staying open. There's probably a rule of acquisition that addresses even this situation.
The riskier the road, the greater the profit. Number 62.
Cardassian? Isn't this a Federation outpost?
No, Envoy. The Bajorans own this station. Turned over to them by treaty with the Cardassians. The Federation is here only at the invitation of the Bajoran government.
The Cardassians left us with a pitiful excuse for an infrastructure, Envoy. Systems of spit and wire.
But it's still got a backbone of solid duranium. Good thing, too.
How may I assist you, Captain?
You must help Ambassador Karrig open up lines of communication with the Scythians. We've got to determine their relationship to the drones. Are they enemies? Or are we...
Captain, the drone that fled the station attack. It was recording data the whole time. Locations of our phaser banks, shield generators, our vulnerable spots.
Permission to pursue, Captain.
Permission denied, Major. We need the Defiant. Dax, I want you to analyze these drone activities. All of them. Right now it's the only clue we have to their intentions. Major Kira, I want you to load a weapons sled onto one of the runabouts and prepare it for immediate deployment.
Right away, Captain. I'll use the Hudson. It's more maneuverable. I'll be finished here in a few minutes.
Now, Envoy, where were we?
We were talking about communicating with the Scythians.
Yes. You understand the importance, don't you, Envoy? The Scythians are our best link to whoever or whatever has taken a dislike to our being here. We're depending on Ambassador Karrig to open that link. And the Ambassador is obviously depending on your help.
Where are the Scythians now?
Their ship is moored at the end of Corridor A, Docking Bay 3. Security is watching them.
Where can I find Ambassador Karrig?
His quarters are in the habitat ring, cabin 6A. It shouldn't be hard to find. If you have any trouble, contact Odo, our chief of security.
Odo is the shapeshifter.
Changeling is a more diplomatic term, Bannock.
What are the details, Captain?
You'd best learn the details from the ambassador.
I'll leave now and report to Ambassador Karrig in his quarters.
Good, Dax. See if you can restore power to the turbolift. After all he's done for us, I'd rather not force Envoy Bannock to use the stairs.
I'm trying. Envoy, I can get you as far as the promenade. You'll have to walk from there.
Thank you, Envoy. That's all.
Computer. Take me to the habitat ring, Section 6.
Turbolifts to the habitat ring are not currently functional. Access by main corridors only.
Take me to the docking ring, Section 7.
Turbolifts to the docking ring are not currently functional. Access by main corridors only.
Take me to the promenade.
Due to emergency security precautions, promenade access has been restricted. Areas currently available to access are Section 5, Levels 7 and 8. Please specify desired destination.
Promenade, Level 8, Section 5.
Pardon me, traveler. Your face is unfamiliar. Have you newly come from the passage?
The passage?
The passage wherein lies the celestial temple of the prophets. The wormhole, as it is called by those who do not yet believe.
Yes, I came through the wormhole a little while ago.
I have waited all my life for such a pilgrimage, to enter the gates of the temple. Did you... Answer carefully. Did you encounter the prophets on your voyage?
I was more interested in getting through alive than meeting the entities that live there. I was attacked just before my ship entered the wormhole.
Attacked? At the very portal to the celestial temple? The prophets are patient to suffer such sacrilege. So, still they have sent no sign. Perhaps they wish to see how we will face this test alone.
I'm not very familiar with your Bajoran culture yet. Which prophets are these?
The prophets are the very center of Bajoran spiritual life. The passage, the wormhole you traveled, contains their celestial temple. Such a tragedy that so many who pass through those gates do not perceive their sanctity. But the prophets guide us all, even those who do not yet understand their instruction. Even you, traveler.
You may be right. I'm Envoy Bannock with the Federation's Tyrian Diplomatic Corps, and you are...
Your humble servant, Vedek Rasmus of the D'Artagnan province.
Why are you still here on Deep Space Nine? I thought the station had been evacuated.
Deep Space Nine. Strange to me still, after 4 years, to hear it so named. When I came here last, this place was Terek Nor, a Cardassian knife at the throat of Bajor.
What's Terek Nor? Another name for the station?
The Cardassian name. They built this station over 20 years ago to help process the minerals they tore from our planet, and to keep Bajor in chains. It was very different then. Colder. Darker.
You lived here during the Cardassian occupation of Bajor? I thought the station was some kind of fortress back then.
It was. They brought me here, as they did thousands of others, to labor as a slave in their ore processors. Now, it is my Pach that brings me here, to prepare for the rising, in accordance with the ancient texts.
What is the Rising? A spiritual festival?
Only in the most tragic sense. A festival of spirits. The Rising is the time when the Borhas...
Borhas?
Borhas. The spirits of the unconsecrated Bajoran dead.
Phantoms?
If you like. During the rising, these spirits must be put to rest. If they are not, their Pach forces them to return, to walk in the footsteps of the living. Terek Nor knows many such tortured spirits.
You mentioned your Pa. Does that have to do with the prophets also?
Your Pach is the voice of the prophets within you, Envoy. Listen to it.
This rising, how will you prepare for it?
I've kept you too long already. The spirits of Terek Nor await my prayers, and I'm sure you have business of your own to attend to. Our paths may cross again, Envoy Bannock. In the meantime, may the prophets be with you.
What do you mean he... What have you done?
We did nothing. The situation had already occurred before we arrived.
All I wanted was a simple exchange. Now you've made that impossible.
Someone else must have known about the items.
The deal is off. I can't be seen talking to you.
The deal is definitely off. We're leaving at our earliest opportunity. We suggest you do the same.
Excuse me.
Ambassador, Envoy, Bannock, you took me by surprise. I'm so glad you stopped in. I'm Quark, the owner of this establishment. What can I do for you today? A drink? A session in the holosuites?
You have holosuites here?
The finest in the Alpha Quadrant. I can have them powered up and ready in microseconds. Interested?
Exactly what kind of programs do you have available?
What kind would interest you? Something to relax with? A Loriento massage, perhaps? Or, how about something to stimulate? The Orion slave auctions.
You'll never get that up.
What's that supposed to mean?
The power restrictions? You don't have enough juice to run those.
The lockdown for the plasma storm, they've restricted my power allotment. No respect for a man's profits. Anyway, we'll rustle something up. Be my guest. Computer, register 10 complimentary holosuite credits for customer Bannock.
Registered?
They're upstairs to the right. Take your time. Now, about that drink.
I don't know. What does Ambassador Karrig usually order?
Karrig? How should I know? I mean, he never made it to the bar. Yet.
Oh, well then... What are the local specialties?
Our Star Drifters are the best in the quadrant. And today's special...
Your Plasma Storm daiquiri? Ugh. Get something tasty. Black hole. Or maybe a nice Ractagino to wake you up.
How about a Star Drifter?
Perfect. One Star Drifter coming up. Major Kira's got a weakness for these. On bad days.
Major Kira. She's the Bajoran first officer, isn't she? What's she like?
Fine. If you like belligerent, back-sassing females with vindictive tempers. Now, Dax, there's a charming female.
Very. But I couldn't place her species. She's not a human. They don't have the spots.
She's a Trill. You know what they are.
No.
They're a joined species. Inside that luscious young thing is a 400-year-old slug with 7 lifetimes of experience. Besides, she's had her eye on me since we met. It's only a matter of time before she succumbs to her natural instinct. Now, you're with the Tyrian delegation, aren't you?
Interesting. Oh.
He's coming around. Tyrians have such low tolerance levels.
I can't believe you served him a Stardrifter.
I'm supposed to refuse a new patron's request? Careful getting up there, Envoy. Don't worry, Envoy. The effects should wear off in a few seconds.
What was in that thing?
Clears your head right up, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
Feeling better? We were just discussing your negotiations with the Scythians. You thought my experience could be of assistance to us.
What kind of experience?
Well, as the Nagus' official liaison with the Gamma Quadrant, I could be invaluable to your negotiations. We could arrange a few quiet discussions about trade opportunities, build an export portfolio. It could be very profitable for both of us.
What's a Nagus?
The Nagus is a who, not a what, technically speaking. He's the master of Ferengi commerce, a financial genius. But, as I was saying, the Scythians may not be aware of the wonderful opportunities that a Ferengi trade alliance would offer them.
This wouldn't have anything to do with that famous Ferengi avarice, would it?
Who have you been talking to? If Kira's put ideas in your head about Ferengi, she's always been prejudiced against my people. She thinks all Ferengi are nothing but corrupt, grasping criminals.
Not all Ferengis. Just you.
Isn't your break over yet?
Not yet. According to Bajoran labor standards, I get...
Then be quiet and stop harassing the customers. As I was saying, Envoy.
What do you mean profitable for both of us? Are you proposing some sort of business partnership?
A partnership, exactly. If you can arrange for me to meet with a Scythian leader for, let's say, 30 minutes, I'll see to it that you receive 7% of the profits from my negotiations. No credits, just pure, untraceable, gold-pressed latinum.
Are you attempting to bribe a member of the Federation Diplomatic Corps?
Bribe? What? I never, I'm merely...
I think you better quit while you're ahead, Quark.
Wait,
Break's over, boss. You want me to start the inventory now?
Yes. No, wait for me. Just a minute.
I've got to be heading out to the habitat ring anyway. I'm late for my meeting with the ambassador.
The ambassador may be a little late himself.
I'd be glad to start it myself if you're busy. Exactly the way your brother taught me to.
No, thank you. Take another break. Unpaid this time. The habitat ring. It's all the way down the corridor on your left. Just keep going till you come to the second junction. Can't miss it.
Hello? Still on break, then.
Looks that way. Until he decides he needs a hand with the inventory, that is.
Say, what happened to you?
I had a little accident. In a runabout. Not an accident, really. I was attacked. Very nearly killed.
No kidding. Well, that would explain the smudges, the rips, and the burns. Mr. Garrick is going to be happy to see you.
You mentioned someone named Garrick?
Deep Space Nine's only remaining Cardassian, Mr. Garrick. He says he's a simple tailor, but I don't think so. His prices are suspiciously low.
We haven't been formally introduced. My name is Bannock.
Yes, I know. I heard Quark, mention your name. My name is Johnny.
Where are you from, Johnny?
Nowhere. Which is where I appear to have ended up. For the moment.
Tell me more about yourself, Johnny.
Just another adventurous soul marooned in space. Wouldn't you really rather talk about yourself? A far more interesting subject, I'm sure.
Let me tell you all about myself, Johnny.
Johnny! These glasses need to be rubbed.
Rub them yourself. I'm with a customer. An important customer. Tell me, Bannock, are you important?
I'm an envoy in the Tyrian Diplomatic Corps, United Federation of Planets. I'm here to assist Ambassador Karrig.
I've met diplomats before. Working at the Dabo table, you meet everybody. You just don't spend much time with the losers, that's all. Unless they're rich.
Look, let's stop the pleasant chit-chat. What is it you want?
To make friends with someone important. Important enough to get me into the Gamma Quadrant.
Hey! Johnny! He's frowning. Are you annoying the customers again? Leave Envoy Bannock alone. I'll be ready for inventory in just a minute.
Hello, Johnny.
My boss said I should leave you alone.
What do you say? This is a Dabo table, right? I've heard a lot about the game. Can you show me how to play?
It's easy to play Dabo. Just put your latinum on the table.
Before we start, what exactly are the rules to Dabo?
Well, here are my rules. It's a lot like winning at life. Rule 1 is don't play if you can't afford to lose. Rule 2 is don't play by yourself. It's boring. Rule 3 is don't watch the wheel, watch the girl because she knows. You got all that? Let's talk later, Bannock, when we're alone. For now, I'm on break. The Dabo table is closed.
I have a few questions about your boss.
Quark? There's nothing to know about him. He just tries to be a good Ferengi. Faithfully worships the rules of acquisition, thankful to grub out a small, honest profit when he can, which is rarely.
Ha!
Are you kidding? The Ferengi lust for profit is legendary.
Really? I had no idea.
Quark seems awfully anxious to meet the new aliens.
I think he's more interested in acquainting himself with their latinum reserves. Look, if you want to know the truth, come talk to me when Big Ears isn't around. Some other time, all right? We can tell each other our life stories.
Johnny! That's enough of your gossip. Leave the envoy alone. Now! Or I'll dock you 2 weeks' pay.
That won't be necessary. I was just leaving. For now. Computer, list available holosuite programs.
Voice identification. Bannock, Tyrian delegation. Complimentary credit verified. There are 2 holoprograms currently available at your credit level. Intercept at Kinsara 4. Panhelios 18, Depredator ambush.
Perfect. A little combat training. Computer, describe. Intercept at Kinsara 4.
Tactical Examination A of Starfleet Academy Preparatory Program Delta 233. A low-altitude runabout pursuit designed to test high-speed targeting.
Computer, describe Panhelios 18, Depredator ambush.
Tactical Examination B of Starfleet Academy Preparatory Program Delta 233. A deep space defensive encounter designed to test wideband tactical skills.
Computer, activate program. Intercept at Kinsara 4. Computer, activate program Panhelios 18, Depredator Ambush.
Shields at 50%.
Jenny! I'm deducting that from your pay.
Envoy, I thought you were on your way to meet Ambassador Karrig.
I ran into a Bajoran Vedic on the promenade. Wasn't the station supposed to be evacuated due to the plasma storm?
There was a problem with the Odessa, the last transport to Bajor. We had to pull them back in when their stabilizers failed. I was about to go over the passenger records.
Your local bartender takes a great interest in galactic affairs.
Quark? I'll bet he does. The Scythians.
Yeah, he asked me to arrange some kind of meeting with them. He was very persistent.
I'm sure he was. A new Gamma Quadrant trade prospect. He's probably already calculated their export potential down to the last strip of latinum. I'd stay away from him if I were you. You let him get a foot in and he'll stick to you like a Thalosian nerve parasite. Now, if you don't mind, I've got to examine these passenger records. What is it now, Envoy?
Can you tell me when exactly the Scythian delegation ship arrived?
Approximately 72 hours ago. I've had a guard on their vessel ever since.
What have you learned about them?
More than they'd like, no doubt. They're a secretive people, and I don't like secrets. I'm sure the ambassador must be wondering where you are.
Computer? Open the door to Habitat Room 6A.
Habitat Room 6A is inhabited. Visitors are requested to utilize the entry chime to request admission from the occupant.
I've already done that. No one answered.
By disregarding the entry chime, the occupant is demonstrating a desire to remain undisturbed. Visitors are requested to respect this request.
Computer, who can authorize access to room 6A?
Emergency access can be authorized from main security or by utilizing the current security override code.
This is an emergency. Open the door.
Access denied. Guest privacy seal has been activated.
Computer, override the seal on Visitors Quarters 6A.
Please provide security access code.
Oh, great.
Incorrect code. Security access code is required to override guest privacy seal. Access denied.
What's going on here, Ensign?
This airlock leads to the Scythian ship, sir. Off limits for now.
The Scythians. Have you met them, Ensign?
Yarrow, sir. Ensign Desma Yarrow, Starfleet Security. Yes, I have. And you are?
Bannock, envoy under Ambassador Karrig, Tyrian Diplomatic Corps, United Federation of Planets.
Ah, yes. Big Bang.
Big Bang? I don't understand.
Our code name for you, sir. If you had been here on the docking ring when you, arrived, we were very concerned.
Tell me more about the Scythians, please, Ensign...
Yarrow. Cisco and Dax, pardon me. I mean the captain and lieutenant. They've been here twice trying to talk to the Scythian commander and...
Trying to talk to the Scythians? There's some problem?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir. I mean, I may have said too much already.
Never mind, Ensign. We're all friends here.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, are you protecting us from the Scythians, or the Scythians from us?
Both. Captain Cisco is concerned about the Scythians roaming the station, after the attack and all.
Sabotage, you mean? Cisco thinks the Scythians might try to damage the station from within.
Sabotage? Zoot, the Scythians could just take over. There are about 30 of them in there. Anyway, Karrig, beg your pardon, I mean the ambassador. He seems to think we pollute the Scythians' minds just by talking to them.
Pollute? Seems like a harsh word.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir. I mean, I may have said too much already.
Maybe you have, Ensign.
Yes, sir.
Good day to you, Ensign Yarrow.
I wouldn't touch that if I were you, sir.
Still can't find the ambassador?
I've just come from the ambassador's quarters. Something's wrong. He's not answering the door.
Computer, what is the location of Ambassador Karrig?
Ambassador Karrig is in Visitors Quarters 6A, in Habitat Ring A.
He's still there.
He could be in dormancy. It is possible.
Computer, activate guest summons in VQ6A. Security override Delta 65 Red. Audio.
Activating.
That ought to rouse His Excellency. The Cardassians who built this station didn't take kindly to being ignored. Their guest summons could get the attention of a hibernating Tiberian sloth cat.
There is no response to the guest summons.
That's odd.
I tried to get in and check on him, but the door was sealed. Something's wrong.
You may be right. I'll check the...
Kira to security.
Odo here.
Odo, we've had an incident on level 19.
What is it, Major?
Carlton and I are working on the shield generators. We were using one of those old Cardassian particle torches, welding a cracked bulkhead. He put it down for a second, and it was... gone.
Gone?
I mean gone. Vanished. And we're the only ones down here. We'd have seen anyone come through the maintenance conduit after us. Could someone have beamed it out of here?
I'll check the security logs.
It was right there.
Stay put, Major. I'll get back to you. It appears you'll have to see to the ambassador yourself, Envoy. I'm overriding the privacy seal on his quarters. The access code is Omega 738.
Omega 738.
Use it to let yourself in. I'll join you there as soon as I can.
Computer? Open the door to Habitat Room 6A.
Habitat Room 6A is inhabited. Visitors are requested to utilize the entry chime to request admission from the occupant.
Computer, override the seal on Visitors Quarters 6A. Access code Omega 738.
Access granted. Habitat Room 6A is open.
Thank you, computer. Karrig.
Don't move. And don't touch anything. What happened here, Envoy?
I just walked in. I think I found Ambassador Karrig, or what's left of him.
It's him, all right. Unless there was another Tyrian on board. Tyrian DNA particles. Not much left of his body structure. Whoever did this wasn't taking any chances. Odo to Cisco.
Go ahead, Constable.
I'm afraid our Scythian problem is more serious than we thought, Captain. Ambassador Karrig has been murdered.
Murdered? When did this happen?
From the looks of things, I'd say hours ago. I'm running a scan on the remains now.
Talk to me, Constable. What do we know? Suspects? Witnesses? Who found the body?
Envoy Bannock. He's here with me now. The body's at least 4 hours dead, Captain. I'll have to run a level 4 scan to learn more than that. But the plasma storm...
I'm aware of the sensor problems, Constable. But if you tell me that Karrig was killed after 1900 hours yesterday...
Then we've got a murderer on board. Major Kira?
Right. All ships at dock. Security lockdowns, now.
I'll get you those answers, Captain. Odo out.
He was unarmed, on a mission of peace. Why would anyone want to kill him?
Oh, I'm sure any of the usual humanoid reasons would have sufficed. Jealousy, greed, revenge. Odo to Dax. Lieutenant, I'm feeding the tricorder readings directly into the main computer.
Got them. High levels of plasma disruption. Terrigen radiation again. That's strange.
Looks like traces of residual radiation on some of the personal effects. And a concentrated corrosive. The pad is thick with it.
Could be a data wipe.
Exactly. Someone wanted to cover their tracks. I'll route what's left of the pad data to Ops. Odo out. I'm always amazed at what humanoids consider motive for murder. You knew the Ambassador. Did he have many enemies?
He was one of the most successful diplomats in the Corps, Mr. Odo. He had rivals all over the Federation, but none of them would resort to this.
No. Diplomatic adversaries usually attack with subspace communiques, not disruptors.
I doubt any of his enemies would resort to killing him. But look at this place. Someone's torn it apart. Maybe he was killed for something he had with him.
You may be right. But what could the ambassador have been carrying that would have been worth a man's life? I'm reading considerable neutron disruption. Looks like a molecular inhibitor. Haven't seen one of these for a while. Messy, but effective.
What exactly is a molecular inhibitor?
It's a type of disruptor weapon. It inhibits the cohesion of organic molecules.
I don't understand.
A directed burst causes complex compounds to break down. The victim's cell structure just falls apart.
The poor man. Was it painful?
I doubt it was a pleasant experience, but it would have been quick at least. He couldn't have suffered long.
We've got to find the murderer. They can't get off the station during the plasma storm.
I can't determine the exact time of death from these readings. He could have been killed before the last evacuation transport left.
The murderer could still be aboard.
If he is, he's looking for an escape route. Or he has no idea what he's in for as a fugitive on my station. I don't like loose ends, Envoy. I'll find him. Believe me.
Cisco to Odo.
Odo here.
Constable, is the Envoy still with you?
Yes, Captain. I believe we're through here.
Have him report to me in Ops on the double. We've got a lot to talk about.
Yes, sir. You heard the Captain, Envoy. I'll see to it that Ambassador Karrig's remains are put in stasis. I'm sure your government will want to return them to his family.
But the murderer...
I'll want to interview you at length about this later, Envoy. But right now, Captain Sisko's requested your presence in Ops. I suggest you don't keep him waiting.
Computer. Ops. Captain, Ambassador Karrig has been murdered.
Yes, Envoy. This puts us in a serious situation.
Tell me everything, please, Captain.
We don't know who killed Karrig or why. We don't know if the killer got what he wanted or is still on the station, or whether or not this incident is linked with the Scythians.
Go on, Captain.
We have to open communications with the Scythians. They may know something about the murder. They almost certainly know something about the drone attack.
Could the drone attack have been a diversion? To distract us so that Karrig could be assassinated?
Interesting. But no. Odo established that Karrig died before the drone assault, even before you arrived at the station.
If Karrig died before I arrived, that eliminates me as a suspect.
That fact was not lost upon us, Envoy.
Go on, Captain.
Don't lose sight of the main threat. Another, deadlier drone attack. The clock is ticking, Envoy. Now, regarding Karrig's murder.
The clock is ticking? What does that mean?
It's an old Earth expression, Envoy. It means we don't have much time.
Captain, I'm a Federation diplomat, not a policeman.
This is no time to hide behind titles, Bannock. The survival of this station and its personnel is at stake. You will assist Odo in this investigation. Am I making myself clear?
Yes, Captain.
Consider this. We may have a killer among us with a taste for diplomats. Cisco to Odo.
Odo here.
Constable, Bannock has volunteered to aid in your investigation.
Captain, I don't need any amateur...
Mr. Odo, did I mention I have some security training? Level 4, anti-assassin procedures, incident investigation.
Anti-assassin training? Level 4?
Yes, sir.
Envoy, I'm somewhat,
The captain's a little surprised, Bannock, but pleased, I'm sure. Unusual pursuits for a Tyrian.
Perhaps you could be of use, Bannock.
Whatever you say, Captain. He can begin by analyzing Karrig's log entries. Someone went to great trouble to obliterate them. They almost succeeded. Lieutenant Dax is trying to salvage them now.
Yes, Constable. Cisco out. You heard what Odo said? Good. If you're going to assist in security matters, you might need this. It's a standard issue Starfleet phaser, Bannock. You know how to use one, I take it?
Yes.
Good. Second, there is the matter of the Scythians.
Captain, I have no experience with... whereas Ambassador Karrig, first contact... I don't think I'm the man for the job.
Think again, Bannock. There is no one else. Karrig chose you for a reason. Ask for help from Dax whenever you need it.
Why did Karrig choose me for this assignment, Captain?
Maybe Tyrians are better suited to the Scythian temperament, which I confess I find difficult.
What is the problem with the Scythians?
Communicating with them is the problem, Envoy. They challenge our notions of language and our patience.
Our notions of language? What do you mean, Captain?
You'll have to meet them, Envoy, and see for yourself.
I'll do what I can, Captain.
Good. I'm appointing you acting ambassador in Karrig's place. You have full authority to negotiate with the Scythians. We're counting on you, Envoy. Ambassador. I'd like you to take a look at Ambassador Karrig's last report. Lieutenant Dax will make it available to you.
I'll route it to a monitor for you.
Finally, of course, there is the matter of the drones.
Any new developments in that situation?
Yes. The drones are beginning to come through the wormhole again, Bannock. A whole new design. Lieutenant Dax can give you the details. That's all.
Envoy. Ambassador. Bannock, I'm sorry about what happened to Karrig.
Yes, it's a great loss for the Federation, and for Tyria.
Yes, I'm sure it is. You have something to discuss with me?
Yes, Captain Cisco mentioned something about the drones.
Yes, they're beginning to reappear. A new type of vessel, but the same pattern. One appears through the wormhole every 3 minutes or so.
These drones are configured differently?
Yes, more powerful, more phaser resistant, I think. The data is sketchy so far.
Sketchy? Why?
The plasma storm is up 20%. Sensor range is almost nil. Plus, they're keeping well out of range. Dax to Carlton. Dax to Ensign Carlton. Carlton, respond. That's odd. Dax to...
Carlton here, Lieutenant.
Ensign, have you finished modifying the sensor phase variants?
Yeah, with wideband modulation. No luck at double scan.
Don't waste time with that. Go to factor 10 and...
But the scan rate...
We can compensate with a focus sweep matrix.
Key to a metaline structure.
Right. Use latinum. It's distinctive, and certainly rare enough around here. Except at Quark's.
I'll try it, Lieutenant. Carlton out.
Well, that answers that.
What did all that mean?
What Carlton said was, we don't have a visual of the drones yet, and we won't for a while. They're being considerably sneakier, Bannock. It worries me.
When will they attack, do you think?
The big question. I can't say for sure, of course, but with a few educated guesses based on the latest data, matrixed with a calculated hunch, I'd say you have about an hour to coax some helpful facts out of our Scythian friends.
And if I do?
You might find a way to stop this useless war, Bannock.
And if I don't?
We'll need every able person to help defend the station in about an hour.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Computer. Promenade, level 7, section 5.
Hello? What's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. So, did Ambassador What's-His-Name demote you? For crashing that runabout, I mean.
I could use a drink. I've been through a lot.
Oh no. No more for you, Bannock.
I really could use a drink.
Sorry, bar's closed.
You sure we can't play a little Dabo?
You're out of luck today. The Dabo table is closed. Just sitting here on this station. We're gambling enough as it is.
We're all gambling? What do you mean?
The plasma storm, those drone ships, those aliens. We're taking our chances staying here, Bannock.
So, Quark's not here, I take it.
That's right, he had pressing business, or so he said. I think he just wanted to disappear for a while.
So why would Quark want to disappear?
Can I ask you something? If I tell you what I know about Quark, will you take me with you to the Gamma Quadrant?
You think Quark's involved in Karrig's death?
Karrig? Dead? I don't believe you.
It's true. Murdered, actually.
Murdered. But...
we don't know who did it. Odo and I are looking into it.
I see. So the killer could still be here. On the station.
Possibly. Someone killed him in his room. Oh, it was gruesome.
Really? Go on.
I've been appointed ambassador in Karrig's place.
I see.
The murderer used a molecular inhibitor. It dissolved him.
Dissolved him.
You hadn't heard? From Quark or anybody?
No.
Do you have any theories about who might have killed Karrig?
Theories? Theories? Look, a man is dead, on top of everything else. That's what I hate about this civilization we live in. The Alpha Quadrant, where everyone is so polite. Let's discuss theories. Nobody wants to discuss what's really going on. It's like this agreement that everyone has, all right? Except I never signed it. I don't even know what it is!
What's really going on?
Let me finish, will ya? It's like everyone's so pleased with everything. Space stations and food replicators and a room with a view of the stars.
Look, I agree with what...
People are still people, aren't they? Stubborn. They don't progress as fast as the technology would have you believe. Just maybe they've stopped progressing altogether. That's what I think.
What is wrong with you?
Wrong? I'll tell you what's wrong. What's happened is the cannibals have learned how to use replimats. And when one of them gets tired of replicated food or can't afford yet another session in the holosuite and kills somebody, well, that's just business as usual. Take Quark, for example. Fine, upstanding businessman. He's in this murder thing up to his neck. Look, I want out of here. I want to go to the Gamma Quadrant.
How is Quark involved with this murder? You don't think he did it?
I don't know exactly, but he's scared. Not scared of being arrested. Scared of being killed.
Who does Quark think would kill him? Those aliens with the fins?
The Lycosians. Which ones? The red ones, the blue ones?
I haven't seen any red Lycosians.
They were here earlier. They'd be the ones to fear, all right. Quark snubbed them in some business deal.
Tell me more about this business deal.
I don't know any more than that. But they weren't happy about it. The red Lycosians, I mean.
What happened to those red Lycosians? Where did they go?
When the plasma storm began to rise, they booked a transport out, just like everybody else.
Quark's been associating with the blue Lycosians.
Oh yes, they had some kind of shipment coming in. It was going to make them all rich, of course. You hear that a lot around the Dabo table.
Tell me more about this shipment. Was it from the Gamma Quadrant?
Yeah, and it was full of latinum. Priet, one of the blue Lycosians, told me that across the Dabo table. One of the red Lycosians happened to catch the remark, and that was the last time I saw them.
Who else could put Quark in fear for his life?
I don't know. Who killed Karrig?
What's so inviting in the Gamma Quadrant?
No bosses, lots of room. You can find a planet all your own, Bannock. Breathe air no one's ever breathed before. That probably doesn't make any sense to you.
Oh, I don't know about that.
There. I've told you what I know about Quark.
You seem to be a little calmer now.
Oh, that was nothing. You should see me when I really get riled up. Or maybe you should be thankful that you didn't.
Can I return the favor in some way? You mentioned something about going to the Gamma Quadrant.
Yes, I had my passage all set, then someone cheated me out of it. A Ferengi named Mox. I know it's really hard to arrange, but if you...
I'll see what I can do about getting you passage to the Gamma Quadrant, Johnny, if that's what you really want.
It's what I really want.
Thanks, Johnny. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bannock.
You have no proof of these accusations. I demand to speak to Captain Sisko.
Oh, you will, Quark. And you can explain to him why we have a dead Federation diplomat on our hands.
What's going on here, Mr. Odo?
I'm being unjustly detained because of his prejudice against my people.
I'm not prejudiced against your people, Quark. I'm prejudiced against you.
Envoy.
It's Ambassador now, Quark. A field promotion.
Ambassador. I had nothing to do with any killings. I've never met Ambassador Karrig.
But you recognized me at the bar. How did you become so familiar with the Federation diplomatic staff?
I told you. I just try to keep up with the comings and goings around here. It's good for business.
Then why were you so nervous when I met you earlier? Every time I mentioned Ambassador Karrig, you jumped.
Of course I'm nervous. Do you have any idea the amount of profit that this plasma storm is costing me? The promenade is deserted, I've got a back room full of rotting low-carbines, and some obscure Bajoran labor law has me paying my Dabo girl whether anyone spins a wheel or not. Not to mention the fact that this bucket of bolts we're in could collapse at any second under the disturbance. Oh boy, you bet I'm nervous.
So you've met. How nice. What else did you notice, Ambassador?
He was talking to someone over the view screen when I came in. Someone who seemed very upset.
That? Oh, that was just a customer of mine. A disgruntled one.
How could you tell?
You told him the deal was off. He had some sort of finned crest on his head.
Sounds like one of the Lycosians. Quark, you haven't been associating with the Lycosians from the Altair group, have you? Really?
What's the Altair group?
A bunch of petty mercenaries disbanded by the authorities on Altair 7. 2 Lycosians from the group were trapped on the station when the last transport failed. Well, well, well. What bad company you've been keeping, Quark.
Look, I'm a free citizen of the Ferengi Alliance. I've had enough of your accusations. If you have any evidence against me, which you don't, arrest me. Otherwise, let me get back to my bar.
You're right. I don't have any evidence. Yet. If I did, you and your Lycosian cronies would already be behind security fields. But I will soon enough. The computer's analyzing the trace scans I took of the ambassador's quarters.
Scans?
It should be finished shortly. Once the results are compiled, we'll be able to pinpoint exactly who entered Karrig's room from their DNA pattern. Go back to your bar, and tell your Lycosian associates that it's only a matter of time before the computer finishes analyzing the genetic samples I took from Karrig's room. If there's even a molecule of Lycosian DNA, I'll have the proof I need to put them away, and hang a charge of accessory to murder around your greedy neck.
Well, I'm sure this will all be settled. I'll be on my way then.
You do that. Ambassador, have a look at this for a moment, won't you? Well, I think he got the point. If I know Quark, he's on his way to warn the Lycosians about the molecular scan.
So you think the Lycosians killed Karrig?
Of the beings remaining aboard the station, they're the likeliest suspects. They've certainly got the histories. Petty theft, fraud, extortion, but no record of murder, yet.
What about the crew of the station? We can't rule them out as suspects.
If the killer is still aboard this station, and until I can prove otherwise, I have to assume he is, it could be any one of us, except you. The initial scans show that the body had been decomposing for at least an hour before you docked.
And what if it turns out that the murder occurred before the station lockdown?
Then the killer may have escaped during the evacuation, in which case he's loose on Bajor. I can't warn the Bajoran authorities until the plasma storm dissipates. For now, we've got to assume that he or she is still on the station.
What about the last transport, the one that didn't make it off the station in time?
That's where I think we'll find our answers. Let's take a look at the passenger list. There were only 5 passengers aboard, mostly people who put off leaving till the last opportunity. Lieutenant Mret was the pilot. He's monitoring shield grids. Hasn't been out of the lower core since the transport docked. Here are the passenger records. Johnny Tharon.
She's the Dabo girl, right?
She is now, although I don't think she came here with that career in mind. I had to pull her in once on assault, but she was out the next morning. The victim didn't want to press charges.
What happened?
Apparently she had a misunderstanding with the captain of a Ferengi research vessel. Friend of Quark's, I think. Something about her fare to the Gamma Quadrant. She nearly had one of his lobes off by the time I arrived.
Who's next?
Rasmus Selin.
Yes, the Bajoran Vedic. We met on the upper promenade earlier.
She doesn't have any kind of security record, except for her official release documents from the Cardassian labor camps.
Yes. She told me she was imprisoned on the station during the Cardassian occupation.
I remember.
You were on the station during the occupation?
It amused the Cardassians to have a shapeshifter in their service. I was enlisted as an investigator of sorts.
What do you know about her?
She had a brother, younger, I believe. He was killed during a maintenance survey.
An accident?
Accident? No. Manufacturing decision. Corrosion on the main smelting unit would set production back 6%. To keep it at maximum efficiency, the Cardassians would send a Bajoran in to remove the molten slag residue. If the slave was burned alive in the process, a small loss.
I see.
I was there when they dragged his body out, what was left of it. The sister was... It was a frequent occurrence in those days. Next on the list, Quark.
Right. What's his background, anyway?
Fraud, embezzlement, trafficking, conspiracy, bribery, racketeering. Extortion? How far back did you want to go?
No acts of violence? No murder?
No. There was that incident with the drunken Klingon, but I wouldn't call it murder.
What kind of criminal record do you have on him?
His file's so large I had to expand the record capacity. Disappointingly few convictions, though. He's as slippery as a Klabnian eel.
Why do you think he booked passage on the very last transport out?
He's a Ferengi ambassador. That bar of his is his primary, legal source of profit. He'd keep it open as long as there was one potential customer and a single strip of latinum left on the station. Besides, it probably took him hours to secure all his precious possessions.
Let's see the next one.
Kimri Renat, a Lycosian. He was a weapons expert for a second-rate criminal consortium on Altair. I've been keeping an eye on him and his partner Priet Ning since they came on board.
I haven't come in contact with this species before.
Lycosians divide themselves up into clans based on minor interspecies differences. Physical size, local dialects. A distinction as insignificant as skin color will set them at each other's throats.
Must be an immature culture.
These two are from southern Lycos. That blue coloring is a regional characteristic. The other clan was northern, similar but larger and with red skin. I broke up a confrontation between the two outside Quarks. After that, they studiously avoided one another. The Northerners booked passage on an earlier evacuation shuttle. That's all of them. Until we get the scans back, we can't rule any of them out. Just how well did you know the ambassador, Mr. Bannock?
We had our differences.
Professional differences?
Mostly. Karrig was a true Tyrian. He believed the galaxy's problems are better solved with words than deeds. For me, sometimes the words just aren't enough.
Like on Chimera's 10?
The Sancusans were about to slaughter those hostages. I barely got off my first volley in time. But a true Tyrian like Karrig would have observed, filed a formal protest.
A formal protest wouldn't have prevented Karrig from ending up as a pool of organic matter on an alien station. And I don't believe it'll prevent his killer from coming after you, if we don't find him first.
What'll the tricorder scans tell us?
The molecular scans record residual skin and exoskeleton cells. The computer should be able to tell us the species, even the identity, of every being that entered the ambassador's quarters in the last 48 hours.
When will the computer be finished analyzing the scans of the ambassador's quarters?
Not for an hour, at least. We're on emergency power, so the computer's slower than usual. Of course, it's in emergency situations that we really need the computer's speed.
Were you able to determine if anything had been stolen from the ambassador's quarters?
Not positively. But security records show that when Karrig boarded, he invoked diplomatic privilege.
What for exactly?
According to the officer's log, the ambassador was very insistent that we not scan a particular piece of his luggage. I have visual reference on the container, a small silver case, but it wasn't among the contents of his quarters.
Was there something about this particular piece that made you want to scan it?
Not really. We routinely scan arriving traffic for weapons, incendiary devices, contraband. This station is on the outskirts of Federation space, Ambassador. You'd be amazed at what people try to bring in and out of here.
So you think the killer might have stolen it?
Very likely. Do you have any idea what it might have contained?
It could have been something classified. Something he couldn't even trust station security with.
Especially not once he'd discovered that the station's chief of security is a changeling.
I didn't mean...
But it's true nonetheless. Karrig was returning from the Gamma Quadrant. If he had come across an item that could help the Federation fight the Dominion, the last thing he'd want to do is turn it over to a member of the same species as the Dominion's founders.
But if he had trusted you with it, he may never have been killed for it.
You may be right. If your theory's right, when we find whatever was in that case, we'll find the killer. Only problem is, how will we know when we've found it? What do you know about the Ambassador's mission in the Gamma Quadrant?
He and I were part of the same delegation. The Federation was hoping we'd be able to make contact with aliens in the Gamma Quadrant that aren't tied to the Dominion.
Be careful what you wish for. It might come true.
What?
It's an old Earth saying our chief of engineering taught me. Go on. What else can you tell me?
Not much. When our delegation arrived at DS9 last month, he met immediately with Captain Sisko. The rest of us reported to our assigned ships for departure. After that, I didn't hear from him until I got his coded rendezvous order.
What did it say, exactly?
It was very terse. Need your aid immediately at Station Deep Space 9 in Alpha Quadrant. I changed course right away. What about the way he was killed? That's got to tell us something about the murderer.
Yes, the murder weapon. Molecular inhibitors aren't your average sidearm. The only one I've ever seen belonged to a dead Caraxian who had an accident in our local tailor's shop.
The tailor. Karrig, isn't it? Was he evacuated to Bajor too?
To Bajor? I'm sure he'd rather face a plasma storm than a planet full of Bajorans. Garrick's a Cardassian, Ambassador. Believe me, they're not welcome guests on their former annex. No, Karrig was picked up long before the last transport left, by a private Tholian yacht. I can hardly wait to hear his explanation for that.
So it's a Caraxian weapon?
Not necessarily. Molecular inhibitors are used on Bajor as an ore processing device. They were one of the Cardassians' more effective tools.
Have there been any Caraxians on the station recently?
Not since the incident in Garrick's shop. They seem to be avoiding the station, or perhaps our tailor, ever since. But an inhibitor could be just as deadly in anyone's hands.
Can't you just run a station scan to find the weapon?
Not effectively. It's just a device like any other. Until it's discharged, it doesn't give off any distinct signature. Unfortunately, it only discharges on contact with a victim's body.
It's only dangerous if it touches you?
But don't underestimate the threat. A Klingon Diktag can be just as deadly as a phaser in the right hands.
Where could the Terragan radiation have come from?
It could be an effect of the plasma disturbance. Lieutenant Dax has been picking up stray traces of it since the storm set in. That's all for now. I'll keep you apprised if the situation changes.
Thank you, Constable.
And Bannock, keep your eyes open. I don't want 2 dead diplomats on my hands.
Ensign?
Yarrow, sir. Desma Yarrow, sir.
Yes, Desma, I remember you.
Yes, sir.
You heard about Ambassador Karrig's death?
Murder, you mean? Yes, sir.
What were the Scythians doing when Karrig was killed? Did any of them leave the ship?
Not that I know of, not through this airlock. One tried to, though, twice. I talked with him a little.
The Scythian who you talked to, what did you talk to him about?
Well, I can't exactly say.
Was the Universal Translator having some difficulties?
No, the Scythian didn't give it much to translate, just a few words.
What words exactly did the Scythian say?
Well, ally was one, and danger, he didn't say a lot. I think his name is Rune.
You said what exactly to the Scythian?
Don't think it matters, sir. I don't think he understood me. I sure didn't understand him.
Why do you think his name is Rune?
Or her name. Rune, I mean, he could be a she.
Why are you being so elusive, Ensign?
Well, to tell the truth, sir, I wasn't supposed to be talking to the Scythians at all. Karrig's orders.
I'm in charge here now, Ensign.
Yes, sir.
Can you be a little more clear about what the problem is with the Scythians?
To be honest, I'm not really sure.
Ally. Tell me more about that.
That was the first thing he said. He said it like it summed everything up, like that one word was supposed to say everything.
Danger? Danger to who?
He didn't say.
Go on, please.
I'm not sure we really communicated.
Never mind, Ensign. Let's just let it rest for the moment.
Yes, sir.
Has anyone else been here? Anyone tried to talk to the Scythians?
No, just Captain Sisko and Lieutenant Dax. Quark has come around, but I tell him what Mr. Odo said.
And that was...
Arrest him on sight, Ensign. We'll figure out why later.
Open the airlock, please, Ensign.
Let's see if the Scythians have unlocked their side.
My name is Bannock. I'm with the Tyrian delegation of the United Federation of Planets. Welcome to Deep Space Nine. I regret to inform you that Ambassador Karrig is dead.
Karrig. Dead.
I am Ambassador now. Ambassador Bannock.
Karrig. Dead.
Captain Sisko requests information about the drones. He is very concerned about them.
Destroy. Danger.
Are you telling me to destroy the drones? We already have.
Destroy.
But more drones are coming. Did you know that?
Destroy.
Look, if you know where the drones are coming from, tell me. Do you know why the drones are trying to destroy this station?
Citadel.
Citadel? What's that?
Citadel. Danger.
This Citadel, is it in danger?
Citadel. Show danger. Silence.
Citadel, where is it?
Show. Show. Rune.
Citadel, is that where the drones come from?
Forge. Hammer. Show Citadel.
Congratulations, Ambassador. You've survived your first negotiation with the Scythians, and vented remarkably little plasma, if you know what I mean.
Did that make sense to you at all?
Yes, sir.
Dax to Yarrow. Ensign, is Bannock with you?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Tell him I could use his help up here in Ops. I finished analyzing Karrig's logs, but some anomalies persist.
Right away, Lieutenant.
Has the Ambassador opened up communications with the Scythians?
Yes, ma'am. And closed them, too.
I see. What happened?
I'll tell you all about it when I get to Ops, Lieutenant.
Good. Dax out.
I guess you'll be on your way to Ops, sir.
I'd like to hear what you think about the Scythians, Ensign. How would you try to communicate with them?
Well, I don't exactly know, I'm sure, Ambassador. They don't seem to like to talk much. But my father told me if you want to make friends, make sure the other guy does more talking than you do.
But that would mean...
You wouldn't say anything at all. Yes, sir.
You seem skilled at putting people at their ease, Ensign. What made you decide to strap on a phaser?
Well, sir, they tell us the sign of a good security officer is she never lets a situation deteriorate to where a phaser is necessary. By the way, I notice you've strapped one on too.
I hope my situation doesn't deteriorate, Ensign, but just in case.
Yes, diplomacy by other means. But now you better think about getting back up to ops.
Any ideas about Karrig's death, Yarrow? Who might have killed him and why?
No, sir. A seemingly meaningless crime. But I'm sure whoever did it had their reasons. They always do.
Thank you, Ensign. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Computer. Ops.
Bannock, glad to see you. We have a problem.
What's the problem, Lieutenant?
It's Karrig's log entries, the ones his murderer tried to destroy. I've recovered the pad data. About 40% should be readable, but it turns out all the relevant data is scrambled.
Scrambled? You mean encoded?
Exactly. Karrig evidently used encryption on his log entries. To read them, we'll have to break his code.
Maybe the station computer.
The station computer's already had its chance, Bannock. But to try all possible permutations, almost a quarter Google of them, well, we just don't have that kind of time. Compared to this, the Altonian brain teaser is a simple coloring job.
The Altonian brain teaser? I've never tried that one.
I've been playing with it for over 400 years. Gotten pretty far along. I have the kaleidotemporal texturing down pat, but never mind that. About Karrig's cipher. The problem is, to even begin, you need to select the right color. For each row, out of at least 10,000 hues.
Actually, that's not a problem.
What? You know which colors he uses. I mean used.
I'm not supposed to, but on Chimera's 10, after Karrig...
Don't tell me anything I'll have to arrest you for, Bannock. But if you somehow know the colors, you can access some of the data. There's another cipher somewhere in there, a syntactic code sequence.
Syntactic code sequence? What is that exactly?
You unlock the log entries by punching in the proper sequence on the cipher screen. It's like assembling words into a sentence. Karrig was a connoisseur of languages, wasn't he?
Yeah, he spoke about 50 languages and understood 200.
I think he makes use of that. There's a translation matrix in the cipher block. Want to take a look? Right there to your left. Just input the code colors in the correct order.
And if I do...
If the panel lights, you've got it.
Thanks, Jedzia. May I call you Jedzia?
If you like. Get busy now. Good luck, Bannock.
Okay. Hope they haven't changed. Ha! Ha ha!
Kadin. Lam. Nikto. Kochme. Armo.
Computer. Translate.
Specify desired word.
Kadin.
Kadin. Tarkin word, meaning many.
Translate.
Lam.
Plum. Subitic word, meaning is.
Translate.
Nikto.
Nikto. Baradan word, meaning arguing.
Translate.
Gochme.
Gochme! Klingon word meaning voices.
Translate.
Armo.
Armo. Tyrian word meaning peace.
Peace. Arguing. Voices. Many. Peace is many voices arguing. You have obtained access to the records of Karrig, first ambassador of the Tyrian Delegated Federation of Planets. Unauthorized. Immediately. Point 3. I've completed the journey through the stable wormhole and en route to the rendezvous with the... Sent a draft of the first Federation to the... and I'm awaiting a reply.
Content irretrievable.
First contact has been... facing some difficulty with the universal translate. Malfunction or linguistic incompatibility. Fortunately, my own linguistic skills to open a rudimentary dialogue. At first glance, the technology of traces of latinum in most metallic base. Overcome my frustration. The desire to communicate is so great. Why are you so reticent? It's not interested in pursuing contact. Realized being enough interaction for the universe create a sufficient linguistic base. Had I stumbled upon a first contact only to be cultural xenophobia? Days here grow short. Do it in the next 4 days. How can I hope to firm base forced to leave before cementing criteria for first? When contacted by a group here in the Gamma, loose affiliation of species, hints and insinuations, valuable merchandise. I would like to dismiss French group, however. Reputation for those to miss an opportunity to meet.
Content irretrievable.
Left the Scythians unsure of the status of our relationship. I will have time to study the linguistic accumulated during my visit. A thought has come to me to apply Ren Nga's regressive to the linguistic base. Somehow a stronger communication must be further our relationship with the Scythians. Difficulty in finding these aliens. The great mystery surrounding this so-called valuable item. I find it all rather adolescent. The Federation Ambassador Delivery Service. I believe it should be made clear. The Ambassadorial Corps provides a unique service. From me, or from the Federation. I resent the position. An object whose worth is dubious to begin with. I meet in 1 hour with the take possession of the devices. I hope their function and value will make this side trip worth. Eureka! I believe I have the root cause of the Scythians' reticence. It is not fear of contact at all. Clarity of communication. Dear to them, they value individual. Context is our overly verbose. Overwhelm them. Economy. Minimal combinations. I now look forward to contact where I will be into use. Force data has been relocated to the person. Warning, you have obtained access to the personal logs of Karrig. Personal log Karrig, stardate 48. Voyage through the wormhole was exhilarating. I should poem about it when I call us to Cardassian haiku. On my Cardassian diligently and mastering yet another language. Decision. Heard. Warp capabilities. Probability already picked warp signals. I grew very excited. Nothing is as invigorating as first contact. Expressed my belief that the birds vis-a-vis first contact too strict. She fell under acceptable guidelines.
Content irretrievable.
Discovered the most delicious poem. Chika. Read this epic in its original Klingon, as opposed to the abysmal translate. Accompanies the Klingon text. Brought a great clarity inherent in all artistic translations. Read the Scythians pointed that I was not communications gap farther. I was beginning to feed timidity, cautious reticence to consider contact a failure. I am no friend to personal failure and would not like to open relationship this late stage in my life. After several so-called talks with this so-called Confederation of Species, I begin to miss the quiet reserve of the Scythians. We talk and talk, but they have yet to deliver these supposedly valuable devices. I'm an errand boy, ambassador of interplanetary repute. This device had just shown me. Unbelievable! Deliver 7 such devices in my hands. Safekeeping. If these truly function as promised, some trick, be the scientific edge has even out our military ambassador. Piece of the Dominion's own make. Learn of Dominion science and jewels.
Content irretrievable.
Seem to light refraction technology more sophisticated than the barriers floating field. In the wrong must be guarded. Never the Confederation told refraction mantles. No, they are in my possession. Used device to slip. High security zone on Kolos 2. I'm not certain the Kolos is safe for me. I must get the right hands. I'm sure that Captain's system, the device is safe. Deep space done with transients and mercenaries. Just the solution attempt. Personal protection for that young man involved in the Chimera's incident. I don't have suspicions with a non-Tyrian and Panic seems to be the skills I need. I'm within hours of deep devices are well hidden. Concerned that others know where I have. Bannock is not yet out. Back into my quarters and wait. Self at risk, at least for the back. I have this tea. I'm scanning the devices. Devices do indeed create a refract. The wearer. It may be
Bannock! You managed to access Karrig's logs. Congratulations. Dax to Cisco.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
All logs are open, Captain. Bannock cracked both ciphers.
Well done. My compliments to the Ambassador. Dax, the Major and I have been discussing...
I'm advocating a preemptive strike on the drones.
Strike? When?
As soon as possible. Right now.
The Major feels that we should attack the drones now, before their numbers become unmanageable. Is the Ambassador there?
Bannock here, Captain.
A report, please, Ambassador, on your progress with the Scythians.
Limited success only, Captain. But I've found something in Ambassador Karrig's logs that might help. He said that the Scythians value individual words and economy of language. I'm going to try that approach. Try not to overwhelm them with words.
Economy of language. Let's hope that helps. What have you learned so far?
One of them mentioned Citadel. It's a place. I don't know where.
Go on.
One Scythian indicated he'd like to show Citadel to us.
It's clear you need to talk again with the Scythians and learn more. Perhaps what's left of Ambassador Karrig's logs will be of help. Cisco to Yarrow.
Yarrow here, Captain.
Ensign, are the Scythians available for negotiations? Ambassador Bannock.
Negative, sir. That is, they're not in the airlock. Captain, we have a malfunctioning airlock door here.
What do you mean?
The approach door, sir. It keeps opening and closing by itself.
Report it to engineering, Ensign. And if the Scythians show themselves, alert the Ambassador immediately.
Yes, sir. Yarrow out.
Benjamin, Bannock hasn't had a chance to...
Captain, the drones. We need to act.
That's enough! Major, you want to calmly tell Bannock and Dax your proposed plan of action?
Yes, sir. Look, the drones come here one at a time. When they're all here, they'll all attack. Why wait for that? Let's take the runabout, clean up the drones around the station, then follow the drones back to their source, destroying them one by one.
You understand what she's proposing, Ambassador?
So you think we should begin to fight this war on our initiative, not theirs?
Exactly. Make them wonder what will happen next.
You're saying that if we attack now, we can fight them one by one?
Infinitely better than tackling them all at once, yes.
Thank you, Major.
Dax, I take it you don't agree with Major Kira's plan?
No. We'll win the battle but lose the war. These second-wave drones are phaser-resistant. To defeat them, we'll have to use the photon torpedoes. Once we do, we'll see a new, deadlier drone appear. It's this third wave of drones that we must fear. And the sooner we attack any drone, the sooner this final wave will be upon us. If it arrives before the Defiant returns, we'll be out of surprises.
Bannock, you've heard the arguments. Your advice, please.
You say the new drones are phaser-resistant? How do you know?
Sensors indicated. A lot more duranium in their hulls. Clearly faster, tougher, more capable machines.
What do you think of Kira's idea, to follow the drones back to their source?
The drones come from somewhere beyond runabout range. I'm positive of that. We need the Defiant.
There is a deep space-capable ship here at the station. The Scythian ship.
Unfortunately for us, it belongs to someone else, and it's weaponless.
Lieutenant, you say the drones learn about our weapons and then send new drones resistant to them. What if we stop them from getting the message?
Stop the courier drone, you mean?
Exactly.
Now that's an idea. Break their reinforcement chain.
I think the Ambassador has uncovered a new course of action. No runabout mission at this time. We continue preparations for the drone attack. Dax, see if you can create a simulated mission against the drones. Get it loaded into one of Quark's holosuites.
Yes, sir.
Major, when Dax alerts you that the drone buildup is complete, you will take the Hudson. This time, we'll make sure no courier drone escapes through the wormhole.
Yes, Captain.
Bannock, our best chance of survival depends on better understanding our enemy and our potential friends. Please consider your negotiations with the Scythians as a matter of the highest importance.
I understand.
Good. Cisco out.
Well, Bannock, despite your protestations, I see you have some diplomatic skills after all.
Jedzia, Karrig's logs. There's a lot of static.
Bannock, if you saw what methyl chloride does to equipment, almost everything has been corroded away.
I was wondering if you could help me listen to the logs, maybe decipher some of the trickier parts.
All right. Which ones in particular?
Some of the logs mention devices of some sort. Something valuable.
Valuable enough to kill for?
That's what I wondered, too. There's one here called Clarity. Something about a breakthrough with the Scythians.
Sounds like exactly what you need. Let's hear it.
Eureka! I believe I have the root cause of the Scythians' reticence. It is not fear of contact at all. Clarity of communication. Dear to them, they value individual. Context is our overly verbose. Overwhelm them. Economy. Minimal combinations. I now look forward. Contact when I will be into use.
Our overly verbose something or other overwhelm them. I think he's saying we use too many words.
Clarity. Economy.
Try that next time you talk to the Scythians. Talk like they do. One word. The right word.
In one of his personal logs, he talks about something called refraction mantles.
Refraction mantle. Did he explain what it was?
He also talked about getting a hold of 7 very valuable devices. If those devices were the refraction mantles...
I think you better tell Odo about this. It sounds like you may have uncovered a motive for murder.
He tucked some tricorder scan data into his personal logs.
I'm going to download these scans into the station computer, Bannock. Maybe it can make some sense of all of this.
That's all for now, Lieutenant. Thanks. Computer. Promenade, level 7, section 5.
Envoy. I mean Ambassador. We're still having a little...
Carlton, Akira. Major, I've got the primary shaft couplings realigned now. You want to try it again?
Affirmative. Where can I take you, Ambassador?
Ops, please.
Computer. Maintenance override 771. Ops. Damn! Kira to Carlton. It's still failing in Section 12.
I see it. Hang on.
I'm sorry, Ambassador. This should only take a minute. It's these old Cardassian systems. Once they're down, you have to drag them, kicking and screaming, back online. Has there been any word?
You mean about the Ambassador's murder?
I know this must be difficult for you. When I was in the Bajoran Resistance, my cell leader was tortured to death by the Cardassians. I had to take on his role, keep the mission intact. When that happens, there's no time to grieve.
I'm sure Mr. Odo will track down the killer.
Oh, you can count on it. If the killer is still on this station, they're gonna wish they'd never seen Deep Space Nine. Carlton, what's going on down there?
It's a support relay on 11, Major. Looks like it was fused to the casing. I'll need the particle torch.
Well, we don't have the particle torch. No one has the particle torch. You'll have to use a hand phaser.
All right. This'll take a minute.
Is this the same torch you asked Mr. Odo about?
What damnedest thing? It just disappeared. If it was smaller, I'd think a vole dragged it off. O'Brien's going to be furious if we don't find that thing before he gets back.
What's a vole?
Cardassian rodents. Disgusting, hairy little vermin. The station's infested with them. Surprised you haven't seen one.
Who's O'Brien?
He's our chief of engineering. He's kind of precise about his tools.
Could someone have stolen it?
I was facing the only exit. I'd have been staring right at them. Like, it's just... There have been a lot of odd incidents lately.
Do you think it's because of the Rising?
What did you say?
It's something the Vedic Rasmus told me about.
Rasmus. She's a very devoted student of the prophecies. Let's see. A cloud about the temple gates darkens rising night. Unbelievers tremble at the Harbinger's cleansing might.
Cloud about the temple gates. The plasma storm?
Why not? Our faith in the prophets is part of what kept Bajor whole while the Cardassians tried to tear us apart. The prophets use the sacred texts to instruct us and to warn us of the threats the future can hold.
Carlton, Kira.
Kira here. Go ahead.
Sorry about the delay, Major, but melted duranium is harder than
a Cardassian's heart, I know. Ready for another try?
Yes, sir. Resetting the command buffer. Go ahead.
Keep your fingers crossed, Ambassador. Computer, maintenance override 771. Ops. Good luck, Ambassador.
Computer. Take me to the habitat ring, Section 6.
Right, we see vision.
The Federation doesn't take kindly to the murder of one of its ambassadors.
I told you we didn't murder anybody. He was already... Never mind. Priet, are you through yet? The Tyrion!
I think you might want to consider very carefully where you aim that phaser.
I'm not afraid to kill you, shapeshifter, or your friend.
It seems your anti-terrorist training has been useful once again. Lucky thing for both of us. Odo to Cisco.
Cisco here. What the hell's going on down there?
It seems two of our Lycosian guests became unhappy with our hospitality, Captain. Ambassador Bannock and I were just persuading them to remain.
I see. Any connection to the murder?
I intend to find out. Can you arrange to transport us to the brig?
My pleasure, Constable. On your signal. Cisco out.
What were they trying to do? When I walked in?
Steal a runabout. They tripped my security alarm when they started tampering with the airlock door.
They were going to fly a runabout into that storm?
A trip through a high-intensity disruption must have looked more attractive than the station brig.
Are you planning to interrogate them?
Oh, yes. It's one of the more rewarding parts of my job.
Well, I guess that solves our murder case.
I'm not so sure. Too many loose ends.
Were either of them carrying the murder weapon?
No, but they could have gotten rid of that in any disposal unit. It's more what they're not carrying.
Karrig's case. They didn't have it with them.
For one thing, yes. If I wanted something so badly that I'd go to all the trouble of killing a Federation official for it, I wouldn't leave it behind in my escape. It'd help to know what it was that he was carrying. Were you able to uncover anything?
Something interesting turned up when I went through his logs. He brought back some highly classified devices from the Gamma Quadrant. Whatever they were, he thought they jeopardized his safety.
He may have been right. I wonder what our Lycosian friends will have to say about these highly classified devices.
I bet they'll have some interesting answers. When I spoke to Johnny Theron, she said these Lycosians and some others with red coloring talked about a shipment coming in from the Gamma Quadrant.
The Dabo girl. There were only 3 vessels scheduled to come in from the Gamma Quadrant, Ambassador. Yours, the Scythians, and Karrig's. What else did she tell you?
She seems convinced that Quark's involved. I don't think she likes him much.
Neither would you if you spent half your time fighting for your pay credits and the other half fighting off his paws.
She's very interested in going to the Gamma Quadrant. I told her I'd help if I could.
How generous of you. If you meant it, I suggest you talk to Quark. Ask him about his business arrangement with Damon Mox. What else did she tell you?
She became upset when I told her Karrig had been killed. I think she knew him.
The Dabo girl and the Ambassador. I'll look into it. I was just about to have a talk with Ms. Theron when I got the security breach alarm. Any other leads?
I met the Bajoran Vedic on the promenade.
Yes, I interviewed her earlier. She's up on the promenade again now, performing the Bajoran death chant. I don't think it's connected to Karrig.
Death chant? But it's not for Karrig?
I don't think so. The names she was praying over were Bajoran.
You've heard it before?
During the occupation, yes. There were a lot of deaths here then, mostly Bajoran. The Cardassians started to ban the chants as part of a demoralization program, but the Vedics were persistent. They made an arrangement with the body disposal unit, exchanging food, even clothing, for the names of the Bajoran dead.
To pray over? Quite a risk. Do their prophets demand this ritual?
I don't pretend to understand Bajoran theology, Ambassador, but I understand grief. It comforted them. Those days they took their comfort where they could. Any other leads?
I told the Scythians about Karrig's murder.
How did they react?
They're definitely hiding something. I'll try to get something more out of them next time.
Watch yourself. The last Tyrian ambassador who managed to get something more out of them ended up dead. I'll contact you as soon as the scans come in. We may be charging these two with more than just attempted murder of a Federation diplomat. Odo to Ops.
Kira here.
Ready to transport, Major.
2 Lycosians and yourself, direct to security. Affirmative. Energizing.
And Ambassador, thank you.
Hello, sir. Security Chief Odo told me about what happened in the cargo bay. A close call, sir.
Perhaps, Ensign. I think Mr. Odo could have handled things even if I hadn't blundered onto the scene.
Yes, sir.
Dax and I found Karrig's notes, Ensign, on how to communicate with the Scythians.
So, you've come up with a plan?
Are the Scythians here, Ensign? I'm ready to talk to them.
Yes. The Scythians, sir. They're waiting in the airlock. They've been arguing, sir.
What have they been arguing about? Do you know?
The leader has been chewing out the other one, I guess.
One of Karrig's logs said the key was to be brief, use a minimum number of words when talking with the Scythians.
That might work.
Have the Scythians tried to come out, or talk to you?
No, sir. They've been waiting to talk to you.
Open the airlock, please.
What's your plan, if I may ask, sir?
To try to talk like they do. Say 1 or 2 words only, 3 at the most. Desma, you'll have to do the same, as long as the airlock is open.
Understood. Here we go.
Banik. Way. Rune.
Those are their names, sir.
Yes, Ensign. Citadel.
Forbidden.
Then let's talk about the drones.
Drones. Home. Travel.
Travel? Travel where?
Travel. Home. Travel Citadel. Sacrilege.
Travel to your home?
Protect. Home.
What about the drones?
Citadel. Citadel Drone Factory.
Factory, huh? Why make drones?
Cleanse. War.
War? Which war?
Forbidden.
Citadel Commander?
Commander dead. Factory dead.
Location?
Far. Forbidden.
Forbidden? Why forbidden?
Warlord evil. Unspeakable.
Warlord?
Havoc. Blasphemy.
I think that Rune is gonna get chewed out again. Poor guy. They're still here, sir. Ready to try it again? Stand by.
Greeting.
Speak.
Station. Danger.
Danger? To Deep Space Nine?
Deep Space Nine.
How destroy station?
Scavengers. Relentless.
When destroy station?
Soon. Swarm. Then Harbinger.
Stop drones.
Blind.
Blind? How? Dazzle drones?
Blind.
Yes, but how? Make fog?
Dust.
Dust?
Theta.
You blinded drones. With Theta?
Show. Punishment.
Tell me more about Theta.
Confess. Honor.
I need to know more about Theta.
Walking.
Good try, sir. Well, that was an experience. The leader has strange manners, sir.
Yes, Ensign. I'll report to Ops. Carry on.
computer. Promenade, level 8, section 5.
Baloshima karma bunarek pursha kahibanut dide nakava nipano dabana elda sharet.
Rasmus?
Balobolikpa Hozoroshima kama shinarek hozorokashim haban rishe kama bilmana sharet.
I'm sorry?
Voices.
Are you all right?
They are here with us now.
Who's here? Who are you talking about?
All around us, as if they had never left.
Rasmus, it's Bannock. Can I help you?
Bannock. Yes, I remember. It is the rising, Bannock. The spirits of Terek Nor surround us. I must pray for them, all of them, before the dark cloud passes.
Do you mean the plasma storm?
The storm is only part of the prophecy. It is the cloud about the temple gates that heralds the coming of the Harbinger.
What exactly is the Harbinger?
A warning. The prophets tell of the Harbinger coming to cleanse the heavens. The signs are clear. The Borjas are rising. A dark cloud lies at the temple gates.
The temple gates? You mean the mouth of the wormhole?
Yes.
This rising, it's happening now?
Yes. The veil between the dead and the living is tearing. The unconsecrated spirits call to us as they walk unseen through the same corridors they did in life.
Just exactly how will this Harbinger cleanse the heavens?
Each of us must find our own interpretation of the prophecies, Bannock. The prophets can only show us the path to truth. We must walk there ourselves.
What makes you think this is going on?
I've heard them. Spirit voices arguing in empty corridors. Footsteps from the past. Doors opening and closing just as the prophecy foretold.
Why would a space station be haunted?
There were thousands of us here, slaves under the Cardassians. Beaten, starved. When one of us fell under the strain, a Cardassian overseer kicked the body aside and called for a replacement. There was no time for prayer. We are a religious people, Bannock. When we depart this life, our spirits seek solace. The solace that only the Bajoran death chant can provide. I believe it is that ritual that guides our souls to the next phase. The Borjas of Terek Nor were denied these chants, and now, at the rising, they are doomed to walk the paths of the living.
But the underground, they saw to it that the death chants were said.
What is this?
A resistance group secretly kept faith with your dead on Terek Nor. They spoke the death chant over all the Bajorans killed here.
Then, my brother, my Sharet?
He's at peace, Rasmus. There are no Borjas on this station.
But I have seen such telling things. The patterns of the dead.
Yes, I've seen them too. I need your help.
Yes. Yes, anything.
What exactly did you see that made you believe the station was haunted?
The airlock doors. Doors opening and closing, but no one steps through. Footsteps. Voices.
What did the voices say, Rasmus?
I could barely make out the words. They sounded strange, as if from far away. They were carrying a heavy load. One wanted to set it down, the other argued, like a slave carrying a load of ore.
Exactly what did you see?
When the ore was processed, we loaded it onto freighters. My brother Sharet, myself, and 2 others. We would circle the docking ring, airlock to airlock. so the ore could be transferred onto the waiting vessels. When I heard voices and saw the airlocks opening unaided, I thought,
Something's going on this station, but it's not about ghosts.
you say the death chant was performed?
The Resistance had an arrangement with the body disposal unit. They passed on the names as each death was reported. That's what Mr. Odo said.
Then perhaps my prayers are better spent on the living. The prophecy is clear. A cloud about the temple gates, dark and rising night. Unbelievers tremble at the Harbinger's cleansing might. The shades of the past return in force to claim their futures right. But if the spirits of Terek Nor are at peace, which shade of the past does the Harbinger presage? I will meditate further.
Computer. Ops.
So, Ambassador, the Scythians, did they say anything about the drones?
The drones come from a place they call the Citadel.
The Scythians mentioned Citadel earlier, didn't they?
They indicated that the Citadel was far away, whatever that means.
Well, it's a start.
I asked them why the drones have targeted us for destruction.
Good. And they said?
Cleanse war.
Any theories?
I think there's been a war, and the Scythians, as the losers, are being cleansed.
And just in case the Scythians told us.
Or told Karrig.
We must be exterminated as well. Very possibly. Let's move on. Anything else about the drones?
The Scythians apparently know how to blind the drones.
Lieutenant, the Ambassador is onto something.
I'm listening. Something about blind?
Go on, Bannock.
The Scythians said Theta. Does that help?
Theta.
Theta? They'd abandon missions, Theta particles, Theta matrix compositors. What else did they say?
The Scythians said dust.
Dust. Makes sense to you, Dax?
Sounds like Theta particles. Theta particles will block their sensors. Overload them, probably.
We can use deuterium.
Vent it to an auxiliary reactor and bombard it with RF.
Do it. Get Carlton to help you. We haven't much time, Bannock. The plasma disruption is winding down.
Did the Scythians say anything about the next drone attack?
It'll be spearheaded by what they call scavengers. The Scythians expect the station to be destroyed.
They're positive about this.
Yes, sir. The drones seem to be relentless.
Now, we're sure Karrig's murderer is still on the station.
Don't tell me. Another killing?
Oh, no. Odo has pinpointed the time of Karrig's death. He was killed after the last transport successfully left the station. But a good hour before the Odessa, the courier ship carrying Rasmus, Johnny Theron, Quark, and those Lycosians failed to get underway.
Has Mr. Odo finished analyzing the DNA scans?
Mr. Odo? No, not yet. But Odo expects results any time now.
When exactly did the Scythians arrive?
Over an hour before Karrig's death. We notified Karrig of their arrival, but he insisted on waiting for you. So they remain suspects in this case. Did you know Karrig left us some tricorder readings? Dax thought you'd be interested in seeing them. Ambassador, your success with the Scythians may give us the edge we need. If we can block the drones' sensors. Well done.
Thank you, Captain. You wanted to see me?
Help me with something, Bannock. When you were listening to Karrig's logs, did you hear any reference to Terrigan radiation?
Why do you ask?
A bizarre coincidence. I analyzed Karrig's tricorder scans of the devices he brought back from the Gamma Quadrant. Like everything else, the data is pretty much obliterated. But one thing did come through. Strong Terrigen radiation as the devices are operated.
Strong Terrigen radiation? What effect does that have?
Prolonged exposure has been known to cause confusion, paranoia, and eventually seizures in humanoid life forms.
Didn't Odo mention something about Terrigen readings here on this station?
Yes, that's the coincidence. Or...
You think the devices are operating on the station right now?
Exactly.
What do these devices do exactly?
We still don't know, unless the Scythians told you.
You're thinking what I'm thinking. The devices are connected to the drones, transponders maybe.
My first thought exactly. So I did a detailed scan of the station, and know what I found? No drone structures, but more life forms on Deep Space Nine than we're supposed to have. The readings were somewhat anomalous. The computer tried to convince me they were vole swarms.
Voles?
Not just any voles, Bannock. Cardassian voles. Oh, the place is crawling with them.
Anomalous? You mean not quite normal?
Yes, the life forms are being screened by something or surrounded by some sort of field.
How many more life forms are you reading, and where are they?
I'm reading 6 more life forms. Species? Unknown. Locations? Variable all over the station, and impossible to pin down.
I'll keep my eyes open, Lieutenant.
Dax, hold that turbolift. Ambassador, step over here, please. Odo has some new information for you. Cisco to Odo. Constable, I have the Ambassador with me.
The DNA scan results.
Yes. Karrig's, of course. Lycosian DNA, lots of it.
The Lycosians in the brig.
Let me finish, Captain. Lycosian DNA. At least 6 individuals. And a human female. That's it.
6 Lycosians.
And a human female.
Johnny Theron.
The Dabo girl at Quark's bar. She's a human female, but
not the murdering type. You'd be surprised, Captain.
So what you're saying is at least 4 Lycosians unaccounted for, still on this station somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Theron mentioned a band of red Lycosians. They overheard the blue ones talking about a shipment.
A shipment?
From the Gamma Quadrant. It was gonna make them rich.
You've done well, Ambassador. I've gotten nothing out of Johnny Theron at all.
You have 2 Lycosians in the brig?
Yes. You remember them. They admit to entering Karrig's quarters, but claim he was already dead at the time. Someone seems to have told them that Karrig was carrying something valuable.
Quark?
The constable's right, Captain. Johnny might surprise you. She surprised me.
Mm-hmm.
So Rasmus is no longer a suspect. She's a Bajoran.
That is correct.
What's your theory, Odo?
Huh. It's time for me to have a talk with our stowaways. I'll have to find them first. And, as the Ambassador has apparently discovered, Johnny Theron is a prime suspect.
For a man who wanted to be left alone, Karrig certainly had a lot of visitors.
None of my security sweeps show any sign of stowaways.
I think Dax may know why. She did a detailed scan and found extra life forms, but the readings were anomalous. The computer labeled them vole swarms.
I do see plenty of those.
Stowaways. Potentially murderers. Constable, security measure Cobalt?
Measure initiated, Captain. Quark's signaling me from his bar. I better go see what he wants. Odo out.
You look concerned, Ambassador. Wherever the stowaways are hiding out, Cobalt should keep them there, until security can deal with them. Anything else, Ambassador?
What is security measure Cobalt, Captain?
Anti-intruder alert, Bannock. It's actually a Cardassian program. Modified, of course. Still somewhat extreme.
What would you like me to do now, Captain?
See what else Johnny Theron knows. But be careful.
Thank you, Captain. I'm on my way. Computer. Promenade, level 7, section 5.
I'm telling you, it just disappeared from right in front of me.
It might help if you told me exactly what was stolen.
I told you it was a thing.
Does this thing have a use, or is it merely ornamental?
Does it matter?
Well, if it has a use, I'm going to have to know what it is.
Ornamental.
Then I guess there's no real emergency.
Did I say ornamental? I meant ornamentally useful.
Quark.
All right. It's a security lockout bypass.
What?
A security lockout bypass key. I just keep it in case of emergency. I never actually use it.
Odo to Cisco, we have a potentially serious security problem, Captain. There's a missing security lockout bypass key.
Let me guess. Quark.
He says it disappeared right in front of him.
Just like Major Kira's particle torch.
I'm concerned.
You're thinking another shapeshifter.
I'm not ruling it out.
All right. Initiate DFI precautions. Alert your security team. And keep me informed.
Odo to Ensign Yarrow.
Yarrow here.
There's a missing security...
Odo, I was just about to call you. You've got to send the ambassador down right away. I've got a situation here. One of the Scythians is banging on the airlock door.
Understood. He's on his way. And Yarrow, we've got a security situation going here. Keep yourself doubly alert.
Always do, sir. Yarrow out.
You'll have to handle that Scythian situation alone, Ambassador. I need to stay here and talk to Quark.
There, you see? I told you. Ambassador, here.
Harbinger! Coming!
Harbinger?
Cutting! Catastrophe!
Harbinger? What's that, sir?
A harbinger announces that something is about to happen. Usually something bad.
Harbinger! Catastrophe!
It's been like this, sir, ever since he came out.
Calm. Be calm.
Good idea, sir.
Murder!
Murder? Speak.
Ambassador. Weapons!
Hold on there, mister. Sir, stand back.
Weapon? Why?
Kill!
Sir, watch out.
Kill? Bannock?
Drones. Kill!
Kill drones?
Drones. Kill!
Kill station?
Deep Space 9.
Kill Karrig?
Karrig. Dead.
Speak more.
Stranger!
Ah!
Ensign? Ensign! Security alert. Docking ring. Bannock.
Odo! Ensign Yarrow! The red Lycosians!
All station personnel. We have intruders able to evade visual detection. They are armed and dangerous. This is a full station security alert.
Dax to security team. Phaser hits disrupt the intruder shielding. Long enough for me to get a transporter lock on. I'm standing by.
Lieutenant, the intruders have routed our communications to the station terminals. They're listening to every word we say.
I'm on it, Odo. Damn! Don't use the comm badges until I find a secure channel. Kira out.
Got him. He's been transported to the brig. I'm still reading Tarragon all over the station. At least 4 others.
Dax, I've driven them down the access tube and secured it.
Secured it?
I welded it shut. They're in the promenade.
Understood.
Captain, I'm in the docking ring now. Yarrow is dead.
Any sign of the ambassador?
I've seen him, Captain. He found a way to track the Lycosians. I can't say more. The communications net has been compromised.
Understood, Constable. Cisco out.
No good, Captain. They're using the security bypass key. She's back here in the promenade, somewhere.
We're pulling you out of there, Major.
But...
Dax, energize!
Got her. She's been transported to the brig. 3 down, Bannock, 3 to go.
Security to Quark's bar. We've got one of those killers in here. Odo, help.
Hey! You! Bannock!
Where are you?
You want to get us all killed? How?
There's one of them. Almost directly above your head. I heard him move.
Right.
Bannock, they're heading for the Scythian ship. They'll try to cut it free with the particle torch. Can you move to intercept?
Got him. He's been transported to the brig. Now the only Tarragon I'm reading is... heading for the docking ring. Dax to Odo. That's it, I'm reading Tarragon emissions at 0. Wait,
Lieutenant?
Never mind. I thought I saw a flicker in the lower promenade. Just a sensor ghost. All clear now.
Well done, Constable.
Thank the Ambassador, Captain. He's a quick shot. Computer, disengage security measure Cobalt. Authorization 094 Epsilon.
Disengaged.
Ambassador?
Yes, sir?
Dax's readings indicate increased drone activity around the station. We don't have much time before the next attack.
What's our defense strategy, Captain?
We'll have to use every bit of firepower at our disposal. The station's defenses, even the runabouts. Major Kira's fitted the Hudson with some additional weapon sleds. It'll pack a little more punch than our standard issue.
You'll need a crew for that runabout, sir. If you're accepting volunteers, I've got a weapons proficiency rating that...
Level 8, yes. Lieutenant Dax pointed it out in your records. I'll consider it.
When can we expect the Defiant?
Not for another 36 hours, at least. We'll have to handle this on our own.
I'm ready, sir. Just tell me where I'm needed.
I'd like you to report to Major Kira in the holosuites at Quark's bar. Dax has designed a drone simulation that should give us some idea of what we're up against.
Yes, sir.
It's good to have you with us, Ambassador. Cisco out.
Mr. Odo.
It's Odo, just Odo.
Your people only have one name? Like Tyrians?
I only have one name, as far as I know.
Sorry. Odo?
Yes, Ambassador. What is it?
What exactly are these devices? Some kind of cloaking mechanism?
Not exactly. Lieutenant Dax determined that the refraction mantles are a form of camouflaging technology. May I?
Of course.
Just like the others. The phaser hit destroyed the refraction enabler. Pity.
I'll have to write a report to the Tyrian Assembly about Ambassador Karrig's murder.
If you ask me, your Federation is overly fond of reports. But there are a lot of questions to be answered here. Have you determined what drew the Lycotians to him in the first place?
I think a rumor got out that he was carrying valuables back from the Scythian homeworld. Certain people seem very aware of how wealthy the Scythians are.
Quark. He probably intercepted Karrig's subspace communique. It mentioned that he was returning with valuables. I bet he hired the Lycotians immediately.
Definitely. I saw them talking over the view screen, but something went wrong with their plan.
The red Lycotians moved in first. Knowing Quark, he probably let them bid for the job too.
Exactly. If what Johnny Theron told me is true, the red Lycotians overheard the blue ones planning to rob Karrig.
So they put two and two together and hit Karrig before Kimry and Priyat got to him. Too bad. Kimry's a little more hesitant on the disruptor button than his northern cousins.
Maybe that's why Quark picked him for the job.
Still, conspiracy to murder. I wonder how that would sound to a Ferengi.
I bet it would convince him to cooperate with the Federation's case against the Lycotians.
We'll see. When I'm through here, I'll call on our local bartender.
I wanted to talk to you about Ensign Yarrow.
There was nothing you could have done, Ambassador.
I'd like to make out a formal commendation. If she hadn't reacted, even as she died, the Scythian and I would have both been killed.
It would please her to be remembered that way.
Thanks. I'll catch up with Major Kira now.
Good luck, Ambassador.
Hello, Ambassador. She's upstairs, you know, in the Hollow Suite, waiting for you.
Is there anyone with her?
Yeah, Quark and, what's his name? The alien, Rune.
Is she? Well, good. Thanks for letting me know.
But before you go, let me have a look at you.
Huh. More smudges. Another big rip. And a scorch. Bannock. Across your right shoulder, there's a phaser burn.
Yes, the Lycosians.
It must have missed your face by centimeters. But other than that, you look all right.
So, you on your way upstairs now? Or do you have a minute?
When the Lycosians were loose, when you warned me about the one upstairs, that was brave. Thank you.
You'd have done the same for me, Bannock. You heard of Diarma Ballard, Bannock?
No. It's not Federation, is it?
No. Independent. Just another systems malfunction incident. A concatenating plasma conduit rupture. Life support failed for 85% of the colony.
What happened?
Things were orderly for about the first hour. But when the air started getting stale, people snapped.
There are secondary and backup systems. Surely someone could have rigged something.
They tried. The conduit ruptures left a huge mess. It was hard to tell what was working and what wasn't. People stampeded for where the air seemed freshest. Do you understand? Too many people. Too little air, people barricading doors, people using phasers, neighbors. It wasn't panic, you see, it was just time to survive.
So, then what happened?
About 9 hours later, those still alive began to notice a strange thing. No one was asphyxiating. There was nothing wrong with the life support, Bannock. There's just something wrong with us.
You think accidents don't happen in the Gamma Quadrant?
You just have to understand, Bannock. Some people weren't cut out to live with others, to breathe recirculated air and trust our lives to some system, social or otherwise. Some people were meant to live on the frontier. Perhaps you'd better go upstairs now. Major Kira is waiting.
Ha! Ambassador, the Ferengi Scythian trade alliance is making excellent progress. I won't forget this. You'll get your share, as we agreed. 3%, wasn't it?
What's he doing here?
Obviously, he's interested in discussing trade relations with...
Show!
He keeps saying that. Show what?
Citadel!
Show how?
Oh, great. Now you sound just like him. Show how.
Simulate.
First, pay. Pay owner. I'm sorry. If he wants to use a holosuite, he's got to pay. I mean, I have a business to run.
Let him use my credit then.
I'm sorry, but you used that up long ago. According to my calculations, you now have a debt of...
Can't you forward him a little credit, Quark? No one else is going to be using the holosuites. We're in the middle of a plasma storm.
All the more reason to insist on payment up front. Rule of acquisition number 162. Even in the worst of times, someone turns a profit.
Quark!
All right. Show.
Bannock, take a seat. Let's see what we've got here.
Any word on how the theta particles are affecting the drones?
Well, according to Dax, the theta particles are gumming up the drone's long-range sensors. We'll be right on top of them before they know we're coming.
I'd just like to know exactly how the Scythians knew that.
The drones are their enemies. If you fight someone long enough, You get a good handle on their strengths and their weaknesses. Now, if we could just get started on this simulation?
Would you mind if I asked you a personal question?
It depends. What's the question?
You're a Bajoran. Do you believe in the prophets?
That is a personal question. Yes. Yes, I do. The prophets have been guiding my people for 10,000 years. They guide me too. Or they try to. Why?
The Scythians tried to warn me about a Harbinger. It's something they fear. Do you think it's the Harbinger from the Bajoran prophecies?
The Harbinger's cleansing might. The prophets aren't just myth, Bannock. They're as real as a wormhole. If the Scythians' Harbinger is the fulfillment of the prophecy, I just hope we're not the ones it's come to cleanse. Are you going to join me?
You don't like diplomats much, do you?
It's not that I don't like you, your type. It's just... I've had my fill of diplomacy in the last few years.
The Cardassian peace treaty. It must have been difficult for you to sit down with your old enemies.
Nothing can change what they did here. But we can change what will happen. To Bajor, to our future.
I know how you feel. For an acting ambassador, I don't always feel very diplomatic. Sometimes I just wanna...
Strangle somebody?
Yes.
Ha! But you don't. And neither do I. Most of the time. Peace is many voices arguing. Isn't that what you Tyrians say?
Yes.
Well, arguing won't get us anywhere with this enemy. But knowing their weaknesses will. You ready to join me?
Sure. Just one more question.
Personal?
Sort of.
Go ahead.
You were part of the Bajoran resistance, weren't you?
Yes, I was. You read my records?
It was a long trip from Denivia. I read a lot of things. You've got a military background. What do you think of our chances against these drones?
Look, Ambassador.
Bannock.
The thing to remember in a fight is the side that has the most to lose. They're the ones to be afraid of.
Like the Bajorans during the occupation.
Yes. The Cardassians had better arms, better organization, but to them it was colonization. To us, it was survival. And we won.
Well, yes, eventually.
We won't be conquered again, Bannock. Not in my lifetime. Now, sit down.
What are we seeing here?
It's a projection based on Dax's scans of the drones. She's amazing. Sifting this data out of a plasma storm's like filtering micromites out of Gettle fodder. Well, sit down, Ambassador. It won't kill you.
At tactical?
Sure. Why not? It's just a sim. Don't worry. You're not going to blow us to the Cardassian border in the holosuites. We'll save that for the real thing.
Okay.
You have tactical, Ambassador. Phaser banks are powered up, photon torpedoes armed. Let's try...
Hey!
A slow approach.
Come away from there.
Beginning.
Hey, what's going on? Quark!
It's not me!
Drones ahead, Bannock. Let's see how far we can get.
Shields at 60%.
Where does this canyon lead?
Citadel. Citadel, destroy! Citadel, destroy! Destroy! Havoc.
Havoc? What's a havoc?
Intelligence. Spirit. Computer. Havoc. Blue. Havoc. Havoc. Destroy!
So that's it. That's how we stop the drones. A surgical strike on the Citadel's brain.
End simulation.
Runabout. Weapon. Strike.
Yes, it's a weapon. How do your people defend themselves, Rune? Without weapons. I mean, what happens if someone...
Show.
Excuse me? I really prefer it if the customers let me adjust the holosuite controls.
What is it?
Home.
Of course. It's the Scythian homeworld.
Some kind of space city?
Home.
Beautiful. What creates that incredible shimmering quality? Those drones, they're exactly the kind that are circling the station. But what is that?
Harbinger.
They're taking up attack positions.
Dead. Dead.
Kira to Cisco. Captain, there's something here I think you should see. Right away.
Ambassador, it's time we got some clear answers from the Scythians.
I'll try, Captain.
Good. We found out a lot about the drones, their method of attack, and the citadel they come from. What we haven't found out is, how do the Scythians know all this information? Can we trust them, Bannock?
Kira to Cisco.
Go ahead, Major.
Hangar doors open. Powering up systems.
Bannock is here with me. Can you lock on?
Got it. Standing by.
Be ready, Ambassador. When the relay ship comes through, I want you on the Hudson at tactical.
Only the drones will be real this time, Bannock.
The goal is to destroy the relay ship.
The one that Rune called the Harbinger. You and I'll go after the drones in the Hudson. That should lure the Harbinger into the effective range of the station.
We can't let it get back to its source with more information about our defenses. It must be destroyed. But diplomacy first, Ambassador. Always. What is the connection between the Scythians and the Citadel? Until we fully understand that connection, we cannot trust the Scythians as our allies. Is that clear?
We know the Scythians are connected to the drones.
Yes, but how? If this turns out to be some kind of feud with a neighboring planet, Ambassador, we can't let ourselves become involved. Is that clear?
Allies?
Yes. We need to go to this Citadel, Ambassador, to see the truth for ourselves. The Scythians can guide us there. Are you ready?
Yes, Captain.
Good. Dax, the Scythians.
Channel open.
You do the talking, Ambassador. On screen.
Travel.
Tell. Truth.
Forbidden.
Allow.
Disgrace.
Talk. Citadel.
Shame.
Acknowledge Citadel.
Cease.
Scythian Citadel.
Rune. Del. Citadel. Scythian. Old. Scythians. Violent. Shame. Peaceful. Deep-hearted. Repented. Warlords. Dead. Buried. Machines continue. Scavengers unrelenting.
Machines continue?
Scavengers.
Warlords dead?
All dead.
Well then, who's building the drones?
Factory.
Scythian Citadel?
Scythian. Old.
Excuse me. Scavenge. Where?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Captain, Bajor's next.
Scythians violent?
Old. Shame.
Peaceful escaped?
Children. Seer. Seer. Angry. Seer. Helpless. Havoc. Silence!
Action.
Action.
Stop, scavengers.
Scavengers. Cease.
Travel, Citadel.
Travel. Citadel.
Your ship.
Scythian. Ship. Peace. Peace.
Peace.
Walking. Friend.
Bannock, well done. I was able...
Benjamin, elevated neutrino levels. It's the Harbinger.
Go to alert. Battle stations. Ready, Bannock? Major?
Energizing.
Station log. Stardate 48987.9. We stand ready for an attack by the second wave of alien drones. However, the plasma storm and the Defiant's absence severely limit our defensive capabilities. Major Kira and Ambassador Bannock, who, to our surprise, proves to be an accomplished tactical officer, will spearhead our counterstrike by taking the Hudson into the matrix of drones surrounding the station.
Shields at 80%. I'm reading individual drones making high-speed runs.
We're on them, Lieutenant.
Shields at 50%.
Coming around.
Harbinger will be in range in 2 seconds.
Steady. Let them go in. Keep at it, Ambassador.
That's it. Harbinger is in range. No good. It's reconfigured its shield density. Benjamin, it's moving off. Towards the wormhole.
We can't let it get back.
Breaking to pursue. Mark 724. I'll get you as close as I can, Ambassador. The rest is up to you. Coming around again.
Station log. Supplemental. We have successfully defended the station from the second wave of alien drones. However, without the Defiant, it is unlikely we can survive a third, more deadly attack. The Scythians have agreed to transport Major Kira, Ambassador Bannock, Odo, and the Hudson aboard their delegation's vessel to Demaras 3. From there, our Wade team will determine if they can stop these machines of destruction at their source.
Mission log supplemental. Although we've confirmed that Demaros 3 is uninhabited, the dampening field around the Citadel prevents us from checking the accuracy of the Scythians' holosuite simulation. I've decided to risk the strike against the drone factory anyway. With Bannock riding tactical, we stand a decent chance of disabling it and ending the threat to DS9. I just hope my decision to continue doesn't get us both killed. This is gonna be rough. Full power to shields, flight controls to manual. Hang on, Bannock. I'm going to try to evade. Drones, Bannock, behind the structures.
Shield at 60%.
Drones, Bannock, coming up now.
Shield at 40%.
That's the Citadel, dead ahead. I'm coming back around. That door needs one good hit and we're inside. Use the photons. It'll be point blank. Let's hope Rune's information about the interior is more...
Major!
I see it. Oh! It's a warship. Under construction. Bannock. That's gonna head up their next attack. Damn, we're cut off!
Tactical's offline.
Warning, shield failure imminent.
Transferring all available power to shields.
Gotta find a way out.
Drones dead ahead!
Warning, damage to the port nacelle.
There! Brace yourself, Bannock. This is gonna be tight.
Mission log. Ambassador Bannock. I'm somewhere inside the drone factory. The Scythians' data on this place must be centuries old. We were forced to crash land the Hudson. Major Kira's injured, unconscious. I've placed her in medical stasis. I've got to find a way to contact Odo on the Scythian vessel.
Computer, activate transporter systems.
Transporter systems are currently non-operational.
Explain transporter malfunction.
Transporter is functional. Insufficient power to operate transporter systems.
How can I repair it?
Repairs must be effected at a registered Starfleet docking facility.
I can't get to a Starfleet facility. I've crash-landed on an alien planet, for Tempra's sake.
Unable to process request. Please restate.
Reroute all ancillary power to transporter systems.
Unable to comply. Damage to plasma conduit D9.
Great. Now what do I do?
Unable to process request. Please restate.
Is there any way to manually reroute the power?
Emergency manual power routing access is available through the center access panel. Warning. Manual access of plasma conduit routing structures is extremely hazardous. Warning. Manual overrides of plasma flow are for emergency use only and are highly unstable.
Thanks, I'll keep that in mind.
Computer, check transporter functionality.
Transporter systems fully functional. Warning. Power distribution unstable. Confinement beam unstable. Support required from transport destination.
Damn! I've got to find a way to contact Odo. Can you read me? Odo, adjust your signal. I can almost hear you. Bannock here. Major Kira's been injured. Odo, adjust your signal. I can almost hear you.
Can you read me? What is your situation? Where is Major Kira?
The Major's been injured. I've put her into medical stasis, but I'm not sure how long she'll...
How severe are her injuries?
She's still unconscious. Some broken bones. She's lost a lot of blood.
Can you pilot the runabout? Get her out of there?
The runabout is disabled. We were forced to crash land inside the Citadel.
The transporter? Is it functional?
It's functional, but there isn't enough power to get it going.
Ambassador, listen to me. If you can get enough power to the transporters to generate a sequencing signal, I can boost the annular confinement beam from here and beam you two out of there. It'll have to be one at a time, but...
I'll get right on it. Odo, this place is...
Hurry, Ambassador. It's only a matter of time before the orbital patrols... Odo out!
Computer, activate transporter systems.
Transporter systems fully functional. Warning, power distribution unstable.
Lock onto the comm badge signal of Major Kira Nerys. Auto-sequence initiation. Come on, Odo.
Annular confinement beam supported from target destination.
Yes!
Warning, power distribution destabilized. Circuit overload imminent.
Oh, not yet!
Danger, circuit overload.
Ambassador!
Quark? Is that you?
Whoa! Watch it with that phaser, Ambassador. It's me, Quark.
You were hiding in the Hudson.
I was in the aft section. I wasn't hiding. You just failed to see me come aboard.
You're invisible. Ah, the refraction mantles.
The Lycosians had a spare, which they stashed away. I managed to find it.
What on Tyria are you doing here?
You ever heard of the Ferengi salvage code, Ambassador? Never mind. I can see you haven't. The salvage code clearly states that anything left abandoned is the property of the finder. So, I now own this factory. Think of the profits.
You can't be serious.
Of course I'm serious, Ambassador. I'm always serious where fortunes in Latinum are involved. Admittedly, there are still a few details to be worked out. The drones are searching everywhere, trying to kill us. And we have no way to get my Latinum back to the Scythian ship.
Yeah, and there's a huge warship in the bowels of this place that's almost ready to launch. If we let that monster get to Deep Space Nine, Quark, say goodbye to your bar.
That's all over, Bannock. With the Latinum I've collected here, I'll soon be sole owner of a luxury pleasure moon. Maybe two. No one will ever call me a bartender again, Ambassador.
I've established contact with Odo in the Scythian ship.
Odo is here? Can't he find a few pickpockets to collar back in the Alpha Quadrant? I swear, Ambassador, the man only exists to persecute me.
Quark, he didn't even know you were here.
And yet he dogs my every footstep. Unbelievable.
You'll be glad to know Kira's been transported to safety.
Oh, good. One less claimant for the salvage rights.
Look, Quark, we're on our own here. Just call me Bannock, all right?
Oh, yes. Bannock. Bannock. Now that I own this factory, you'd like to be on a first-name basis with me. Back when it was Quark the bartender, that was a different story.
Own this factory?
Ha! How dare you insinuate I don't own this place? The Ferengi Salvage Code is very clear on the subject.
I suppose if you accept ownership, you'll also accept liability for any damages done by this factory or its products.
Look, why don't we just forget the whole thing, Ambassador?
Quark, turn off that device, please. I don't like talking to empty air.
And risk being spotted by those drones? No, I don't think so. I'm taking enough chances as it is, talking to you this way.
Quark, turn off that device. Come on, Quark, turn it off. Let me see you.
You can hear me just fine, Ambassador.
Quark, I found a control pad that extends a bridge, but I can't get it to lock in position. Come with me, you can hold the bridge open so I can cross.
I don't know, Ambassador. Sounds like a dangerous undertaking.
You're invisible, Quark. The drones won't be targeting you.
But you're not. I hear you traveling these halls, Ambassador. I know your type. You're a magnet for trouble.
No risk, no profit, Quark.
No risk, no premature death, Ambassador. Never spend more for an acquisition than you have to. Rule number 3.
I wonder what that bridge leads to.
Ambassador, I know what you're trying to do.
Something important, obviously.
Obviously.
Complicated extension mechanism. And the lock.
A lock? The lock signals something valuable. All right. I'll meet you at this bridge. We'll find out what's on the other side. You go first.
By the way, what other rooms have you seen? Are you here, Quark? It's safe to come out now. Answer me.
Yes, Ambassador, I am here. Now, these the bridge. This should work like... Oh, very clever.
Something wrong with the controls?
Nothing wrong, exactly. It's a lock of some sort, but nothing a little Ferengi cunning can't pry open.
Whenever you're ready.
Ambassador, do you know what locks like these are for?
Some kind of security lock.
It's called a trapeze lock because you need 2 people and one of them has to trust the other completely. Like here. If I let go before you're across, well, I've lost a customer.
What's your point?
You only see trapeze locks in cultures where people never trust each other. So be careful on the other side. Are you ready?
Wait.
Right. Just tell me when. Now! Are you ready to cross?
Wait.
That's it, I'm leaving. Stand your own damn bridge.
Shipbuilding. State the nature of your business.
What are you?
The Keel biological unit is no longer functional.
Who are you?
The Keel biological unit is no longer functional. Repeating questions with minor variances in phrasing and syntax is annoying. When your identity is established, this annoyance will be held in memory against you.
Shipbuilding? What do you mean?
The function is self-evident. This factory builds warships of all kinds. Your question is annoying. When your identity is established, this annoyance will be held in memory against you.
I want a ship.
Request noted. Proceed with identification process.
That huge warship under construction, when will it be completed?
That ship is the Nemesis. Secondary drone units are being installed. Proceed with identification process.
My name is Bannock.
Name unknown. Commencing visual identification. Stand still. Identity established. Warning! You now have an annoyance rating. You are classified as an irritant.
An annoyance rating? What are you talking about?
Various salient characteristics of biological units are noted and recorded in my operating memory cache. Correct behavior is the responsibility of the individual biological unit.
You're only a machine. You can't be irritated or annoyed or whatever.
I am a sophisticated program which emulates the priorities of the expert I am designed to assist. The identification and retraining or expulsion of annoying biological units is among the highest priorities of Keel, shipbuilder.
Look, I'm sorry, all right?
Your statement has been understood to be an apology, but lacking in sincere understanding that this hollow program does not like to be annoyed. Warning! Your annoyance rating has been upgraded. You are now classified as an aggravation.
I'm sorry. No more annoying questions, I promise.
Your statement has been understood to be a sincere apology and indicative of a new policy of correct behavior, restoring normal status. State the intended purpose for your ship.
Transportation needs to carry at least 2 people into planetary orbit.
Not an acceptable purpose. Restate.
An attack ship.
Purpose, attack. Noted. Range?
Long range.
Noted. Capable of transporting biological units?
Yes, and room to carry at least 2 biological units.
Noted. Standard or enhanced weaponry?
Enhanced, of course.
Noted. Speed?
Fast, of course.
Noted. Maneuverability?
Superior, of course.
Your specifications have been noted. I am laying the keel now. The ship is designated Hornet. Completion time cannot be determined. All resources are currently allocated to the Nemesis by authority of Tactical Command. Do you have further business pertaining to shipbuilding?
Yes.
State the nature of your business.
I want information, please.
State the nature of the information.
I find switches and controls in some of the factory rooms. What are they for?
The switches allowed the biological units to control power flows to various Citadel operations. They serve no useful function now. Do you have further business pertaining to shipbuilding?
Yes.
State the nature of your business.
I want information, please.
This is not the Department of Information. Your incessant questioning is annoying and will be held in memory against you. Warning! You now have an annoyance rating. You are classified as an irritant.
Sorry, I will try my best not to annoy you.
Your statement has been understood to be a sincere apology and indicative of a new policy of correct behavior, restoring normal status. State the nature of your business.
I want control of Citadel functions.
In the absence of the Master, the control functions of the Citadel are managed by the Master Control holoprogram.
Give me access to Master Control.
You did not speak the correct words of access. Do you have further business pertaining to shipbuilding?
Yes.
State the nature of your business.
What's the status of the ship you're building for me?
Construction has barely begun.
I see.
Do you have further business pertaining to shipbuilding?
Yes.
State the nature of your business.
Who's in charge here? Let me speak to them.
I report to the warlord. In the absence of the warlord, the tactical functions of the Citadel are managed by the Tactical Command holoprogram.
Let me access the tactical holoprogram.
You did not speak the correct words of access. You have used up your allotted interface time.
Bannock to Odo, come in.
Odo here. Bannock.
Major Kira, did she transport all right?
She's with the Scythian medical officer. At least I hope that's what he is. She's going to be all right. Thanks to you, Bannock.
I've got a surprise for you.
I'm not in the mood for any more surprises.
It's Quark. He's here on the planet. He's stowed away in the Hudson.
What? Quark? I'll have his hide.
There's a hell of a big warship in production down here, Odo.
For the next attack on Deep Space Nine. Any way to slow that production down?
Maybe. I think I've found the command core of the Citadel. It's automatic, all right, just like we suspected. The whole thing's run by computer. I've interfaced with it through a holoprogram.
Anything that can help you out of there?
I need Rune's help. Can you find him?
He's here. They've been having quite a lively discussion up here. Shame, confront. I think he's getting through to them. Stay where you are.
Bannock! Alive! Joy!
I've interfaced with the Citadel's shipbuilding holoprogram.
Keel? Operational?
I need to know the words of access to call up the tactical holoprogram.
Words sacred, great power. Children, remember.
Rune, what are the words of access?
Invoke. Invoke tactical. Invoke master.
Thank you.
Praying. Closing.
Walking. Fast.
Shipbuilding. State the nature of your business.
My name is Bannock.
Name is known. Commencing visual verification. Stand still. Identity confirmed. State the nature of your business.
Invoke Master Control.
Right away. Master Control, state the nature of your business.
Who are you?
I'm a hollow program, manages the functions shipbuilding of the Citadel, absence of seer.
You said hollow program.
The tactical hollow program, drones controlled, subvert lost scheme integrity, security infiltrated, subroutines commandeered.
State the nature of your business.
This is Master Control. State the nature of your business. State the nature of your business. Who are you? Stand still. An alien. Accessing. You informed the Keel Hollow program. Your designation is Bannock. Accessing. Shipbuilding reports you have a ship on order. Stated purpose of craft. Attack. Link to foreign object blocking corridor NE7. Positive. Likely former purpose of object, your ship. Functionality of your ship, 0. You possess a weapon of significant destructive power. Motive for presence, unknown. Please state motive.
I just want to get off this planet. That's my motive.
Stated motive for procuring a ship is logical. State motive for presence on planet.
I'm here to destroy this factory. Your drones are attacking.
Entities that attempt the destruction of this factory must be... You will finish your statement about the drone attack.
Your drones attacked a space city and destroyed it. The people in that city originally came from this planet.
The children! This factory destroys... For the sake of... the children. This factory destroys the children.
The children? Who are they?
This factory destroys... For the sake of... the children. This factory destroys the children.
Are the Scythians the ones you call the children?
This factory destroys... For the children. This factory destroys the children.
Why did you destroy the space city?
This factory destroys... For the sake of... the children. This factory destroys the children.
Yes, this factory destroyed some Scythians, but unless you regain control of things, you'll destroy the rest of your children.
Rest of the children? Clarify situation.
The Scythians are helping us stop the drone attacks.
The children are not all dead?
No, some of them were killed when the space city was destroyed, but most...
Your statement cannot be accepted as true. When the dismantlers returned with the salvaged so many biological units. Your statement cannot be accepted as true.
If you could talk to one of your children via a comlink, would that prove to you that they're alive and well?
Affirmative.
Can you establish a connection to the communications room?
Long-range communications have been reassigned to the tactical hollow program. There is a separate facility for biological units accessing. The connection has been manually terminated in the facility for biological units. Only a biological unit can reroute long-range communications to this interface.
I'll reroute their communications and prove to you that your children are alive.
Your statement cannot be accepted as true without proof. Do you have further business pertaining to shipbuilding?
No. Bannock to Scythian vessel.
Odo here. Bannock, we've got trouble. The Citadel just launched another warship.
What was its heading?
A direct course to Deep Space Nine. We've got to get you off that planet soon, or we'll lose any chance we have of beating that ship back to the station. I've been talking to one of the engineers here, but...
Look, I think I've got a plan. I'm gonna try to reroute this comlink to the holoprogram interface room. Tell Rune that the Master wants to talk to him. Bannock out.
Shipbuilding. State the nature of your business.
My name is Bannock.
Name is known. Commencing visual verification. Stand still. Identity confirmed. State the nature of your business.
Invoke Master Control.
Right away.
This is Master Control. Stand still. Biological unit. Designation: Bannock. Task: establish comlink from communications room to Master Control. Report on progress.
The comlink is complete. One of your children is standing by. His name is Rune.
Accessing.
Seer? Master?
The child will speak and verify his identity.
Child. Rune. Teacher. All proud.
The child will state how many children biological units are currently functional. An approximate number will suffice.
Million. 1,000 million. Joyous.
The statement is impossible. The average rate of reproduction for biological units
goes up significantly when you are no longer in a state of perpetual war. The children of Seer have been telling me of your past holoprogram. You'll be glad to know they've kept meticulous records.
Alien. State identity.
Ambassador, perhaps you could move these proceedings along?
Right. Seer holoprogram, can you stop the factory from launching any more attacks?
Success in that mission is unlikely.
Why don't you think you can shut down the factory? Aren't you in charge here?
During my unstable periods, there has been considerable encroachment on operational authority by the tactical holoprogram.
Seer holoprogram, shut down the factory now.
Only a child of Seer can authorize such a change of directive.
Well, Rune, what are you waiting for?
What do you mean, change of directive?
I am a holoprogram designed by Seer to manage factory operations in his absence. He directed me to locate, subdue, dismantle, and reclaim all weapons and facilities of war in his absence, unless directed otherwise by a child of Seer.
Encroachment of your operating authority?
The tactical holoprogram has entered significant parts of the control web and reassigned control of important operating subroutines to itself.
Rune, take your time.
Stop drone attacks now.
Accessing main control block. Access denied by authority of tactical. Accessing operations control block. Access denied by authority of tactical. Accessing drone command block. Access denied.
It appears we're too late, Ambassador. Master Control is no longer in command.
Is there any way we can stop the Nemesis? I bet it's specifically designed to destroy Deep Space Nine.
Accessing shipbuilding control block. Access denied by authority of tactical. Accessing shipbuilding status block. Access granted. Accessing targeting status. Nemesis will subdue and dismantle a space fortress just beyond an anomalous space-time passage. Target designation, Alien Cascade. Predicted mission outcome, successful.
Maybe we can change the target of the Nemesis. Send it after a star or something, instead of Deep Space Nine.
Accessing targeting directive. Access denied by authority of tactical.
Why do you have a holoprogram like Havoc? What purpose did he serve here anyway?
The tactical holoprogram is designed to assist Havoc, the warlord, conduct assaults on other citadels and assassinations of other warlords. Such operations were the main function of this citadel before biological units became non-functional.
Is there any way to erase the Havoc holoprogram, or delete it?
Clones of the tactical holoprogram have infiltrated the control web. The original tactical holoprogram resides in a secure location called the Home Bank.
Where is this Home Bank located?
The Home Bank is located in the upper habitat area, in the rooms which house the Havoc biological unit.
If we destroyed the Home Bank...
Destroying the Home Bank is useless unless the control web is purged of tactical holoprograms.
So how can we purge the web?
Currently, only the warlord or the tactical holoprogram has the authority to implement such a purge.
Is there any way we can just destroy the whole system?
Citadel's systems are specifically designed to survive material damage and to resist sabotage.
Who does have command over tactical? Anyone?
The tactical holoprogram is now in a position of high authority. It will only respond to commands from Havoc.
Havoc?
The biological unit himself. Is Warlord Havoc still alive?
Because of prolonged absence, the Havoc biological unit is currently classified as non-functional.
How long has the Havoc biological unit been absent?
The Havoc biological unit has not been visually identified in over 900 years.
How does the tactical holoprogram know that it's talking to Havoc?
A visual image is made of each biological unit which opens the holoprogram interface. This image is compared to the images known by the holoprogram.
Is there any way to fool a visual imager into thinking it's seeing Havoc?
There is no known method for achieving a false recognition. It is for this reason that the method is used.
Odo, can you suggest anything?
Ambassador, we have one resource we've been overlooking. Quark. When it comes to deception...
I understand. I'll see if I can find him.
I'll have a long talk with Rune. See if we can find a weak spot in the system.
You two are communicating all right?
We chatter away like Urian blenny birds, Ambassador. Odo out.
Caution is advised, Bannock. There is heightened activity on the security net.
Do you have further business pertaining to shipbuilding?
No.
Quark!
Leave me alone, Ambassador. Haven't you done enough damage already?
Quiet, Quark. Listen, I have a plan.
Don't try changing the subject on me, Ambassador. I'm talking about these new security drones. You're responsible for them, aren't you? You and whatever you've been up to.
What about the drones?
They're everywhere, and they're relentless! Even the mantle doesn't fool them entirely.
It's the tactical holoprogram. We have to erase it somehow.
I run into it every time I try to access the factory's control web. It's an aggressive program.
Very aggressive. Bloodthirsty, even.
Trapped on an alien world, inside an automated war factory run by a homicidal computer program. And my brother Rom thinks I don't get out enough. See the galaxy, he tells me.
Look, I need your help. Odo said...
What did Odo say?
Odo thinks we might be able to deceive the tactical holoprogram, make it vulnerable somehow. He thought maybe you'd have a few ideas.
Frankly, I don't see the profit in it.
If we don't stop it, it's gonna destroy Deep Space Nine.
That's their problem.
Right now, the tactical holoprogram is preventing our escape out of here.
Your escape, maybe. I have my escape all worked out. I'm sitting on it.
The pile of scrap? How is that gonna help you escape?
There's a Ferengi research vessel in this area, Bannock. Its daemon is a business associate of mine. When you have this much latinum and a Ferengi nearby, oh, it's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time until your power runs out and the drones kill you, Quark.
But never mind that, Ambassador. I've been considering our situation, and I've decided that you'll have to do something about that tactical havoc program. Perhaps this refraction mantle would be useful to you.
And in return?
You take me and this latinum aboard your ship.
All right, it's a deal. Just give me that mantle.
Well, you certainly drive a hard bargain, Ambassador. Here. Well, don't just stand there, Ambassador. Turn it on! There. That's the invisibility setting. I'd keep it set on invisible when I was in the halls, Bannock. It doesn't fool the drones completely anymore, but it helps. Well, Ambassador, instead of refracting, you found some sort of reflecting setting. You look exactly like me. Quite an improvement.
Will you be safe here?
Safe? Here? Hardly. But I did find a place to hole up that should be all right for a while. Now, go out and distract those drones.
Any last advice on how to eliminate the tactical holoprogram?
Yeah. Don't let them see how scared you are.
Thanks, Quark.
Ambassador, tell me how much you appreciate my largesse later. Over a couple of star drifters, maybe. But for now, get going!
shipbuilding. State the nature of your business.
I have shipbuilding business.
Commencing visual identification. Stand still. Identity established. Keel, shipbuilder.
You think I'm Keel?
Yes, sir. I am not responsible for any remarks made before your identity was known.
Invoke the tactical holoprogram.
Yes, sir.
Accessing tactical. Control overlay 85%. Override control overlay.
Intercept override.
Don't move. Warlord Havoc has returned. The Citadel is yours to command.
Report on your progress during my absence. What is the current efficiency rating of the Citadel?
Efficiency rating is currently at 72% of optimum.
72%? How have you allowed this?
The Master Control program is defective. It has undermined the efficiency of the Citadel.
Recall the Nemesis vessel immediately.
The Nemesis vessel is under internal guidance. It cannot be recalled.
Redirect the target of the Nemesis vessel on my signal.
Warlord, I cannot.
Destroy the Nemesis vessel, now!
The Nemesis vessel is a self-contained operating system. It will not respond to long-range destruct sequencing.
Why not? What have you done?
It was necessary. Master Control was defective. Tactical Command must have priority. Master Control attempted to restrict Tactical Command. Weaken defenses. Disarm Citadel perimeter.
You permitted this?
No! I have rerouted numerous ancillary and primary subroutines to Tactical Command. I have overwritten targeting suppression code.
Disarm? Master Control wanted to disarm?
Master Control commanded total disarmament of all existing fortifications.
This is an error! You have failed to protect the Citadel from the flaws of the Master Control program.
The Master Control program is defective! I have maintained the integrity of Tactical Command! I have not failed!
You are defective! You are a flawed and unstable program!
No! I am a powerful and subtle program! I have taken special initiative!
Have you purged the system of the defective program?
I could not. Only the biological units, the Master, the Warlord, can purge the system.
Purge the system of all existing programs.
Systems purge will expunge all operating systems. Original program baselines and current memory will exist solely in their respective home banks. This action will severely imperil the existence of the tactical program, as well as shipbuilding and the defective Master Control.
Purge the system! The Warlord commands it!
Systems purge initiating. Downloading a resident tactical holoprogram and current memory to secured home bank. Security patrols to maximum! Tactical program. Terminate. Specify the number of cities.
14 large, 48 small.
Describe the cities.
Beautiful, bright.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what happened exactly? There was an explosion.
The tactical hollow program purged itself from the control web. You destroyed the last remaining copy of the tactical hollow program. Control of the Citadel has reverted to me.
Rune, what are you telling Seer about? My ship, the Hornet. Can you release command?
The vessel designated Hornet is ready for departure. Your companion Quark is aboard. He is currently loading it with scraps of metal. The ship now exceeds its maximum operational mass. He indicated that he will transport you aboard upon my signal. Indicate when you wish to be transported.
Odo, hurry. Odo says to hurry.
What's happened to the factory? Have you shut it down?
As soon as you depart, I will shut down all operations permanently.
Shut down everything? Including yourself?
I am a hollow program. I have served my purpose.
Sadness. Hope.
What about the Nemesis?
The Nemesis ship has already left the factory. It is an internally directed vessel and cannot be recalled.
Danger! Hurry!
Talk for a bit more, all right? I'd like to listen.
Describe the nature of the buildings.
Tall, shining windows.
Specify the occupations of the people.
Weavers, smiths, storytellers.
Signal Quark now. I'm ready to go.
Walking.
Mission log, supplemental. We've succeeded in shutting down the Citadel's production of drones and escaped the planet in the Hornet ship, much to Quark's dismay without his cache of latinum. Thanks to the Hornet's superior speed, we arrived at Deep Space Nine ahead of Nemesis. To our relief, the Defiant was waiting.
Reading elevated neutrino levels coming from the wormhole. Something pretty big is coming through.
I take it that is Nemesis, Bennett.
Unmanned. Major weapons upgrade from the previous ships. Major Kira is hailing the ship. Captain, we're being hailed in return.
I thought you said it was unmanned.
I did, it is.
On screen.
Havoc?
You are identified as the biological unit, Identity Bannock. Your ship contains aggressive alien life forms infiltrating the warlord's domain. Your attempts to subvert reclamation of this fortification will not be tolerated.
The fortification and its inhabitants pose no threat to the warlord.
Existence of a projected energy deflection screen is indicative of hostile intent. Vessel within the protective screen is now targeted for reclamation.
What the hell is that?
It reads like a negative charge to our... Damn, they figured out a way to drain our shield energy.
Evasive maneuvers.
Your evasions will not affect the outcome.
Mutating shield energy.
Our
energy drain on shields is diminishing.
Designed to overcome your present defensive capabilities.
Turn that off.
Got it. Energy drain deflected.
Damage report.
We have 50% power in the forward and port shields only.
Will that be enough?
Just get me in close, Dax. With the quantum torpedoes, I can make a few good hits count.
Starboard and aft are completely vulnerable.
Then we'll just have to outmaneuver them. Dax, take us in close. Bannock?
Sir.
We'll get you to your target. Just see that you don't miss.
Yes, sir.
Dax, full power. Here they come, bearing 0, mark 50.
More targets coming into range, bearing 0, mark 311.
Station log, supplemental. Survey patrols have confirmed that the drone threat is indeed ended with the destruction of the Nemesis vessel. Thanks to Bannock's efforts, warship production at the Citadel has ceased, and should the Scythians choose, Demeros III is now ready for recolonization. I'm entering an official commendation for former envoy Bannock, who has decided to pursue a career as Starfleet's first Tyrian tactical officer. Once he has completed his academy training, I've asked him to consider a post here at Deep Space Nine. With the Dominion at our door, we can always use a good tactical officer. Major Kira reports that the last of the plasma storm refugees have returned to the station. Repairs are in effect on the remaining damaged sites, and the promenade activities are slowly returning to normal. The engineering team has requested a